Good, very early morning to my viewers in the Western Hemisphere, and also good afternoon, I think. Yeah, just barely, excuse me, barely pushing good afternoon to the majority of my viewers in Europe, and good very early morning or very late evening to my folks in the Pacific Rim. And once again, trying to get things straight right now. Not an easy thing for me. I'm not a morning person, but this is a newsworthy event that I have decided to cover today. It's something that I actually decided to do during the last time that this occurred. I had a feeling that the that the Chinese National Space Agency was not going to implement any sort of changes to do a controlled reentry of their next Long March launch that involved the deployment of part of their space station. And unfortunately, I was right about that. And so, as a result, yeah, this is something that we are covering today. Where is everybody watching from, by the way? Just curious how many people are. I would assume lots of Europeans, but I don't know. We could have some folks all over the place for all I know. But I appreciate you tuning in. Where do we have people tuning in from right now, if I may ask? Indianapolis. Oh, got up even earlier than I did. Well, thank you, Sam. I appreciate you joining us very much. We have Martin from the UK. Thanks. Vegas. God, feathers and spikes. You decided to get up really early, didn't you? Tobias, thank you so much for joining us from Germany. East Coast, thank you, Vanguard. UK, Paul, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Roger from Norway, thank you so much. Another Germany, Netherlands, thank you very much for watching. Nottinghamshire, one of my favorite places in the UK. Boy, Spain, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Austria, Wales, Atlanta, another Netherlands, UK, Suffolk. I actually have a really nice supporter in Suffolk who works at a nuclear reactor there. Romania and Transylvania. I've got a story from Transylvania I'll tell you guys sometime. Netherlands, Northeast England, Liverpool. Thank you so much. Dallas, upstate New York, Sydney, London, West Yorkshire. Love Yorkshire in general, just that region. Leicestershire. Thank you so much. Wiltshire, France, Boston, Massachusetts, Hong Kong. Thank you so much for joining us from Hong Kong. Czech Republic, UK, Hinkley and Leicestershire, Joplin. All right. UK South Coast, thank you very much. South Texas, Scotland, Minnesota, Australia, Cornwall, fantastic. Heather, thank you so much. I'm going to be in your neck of the woods very, very soon. New York, Iceland. Oh, Iceland, I'll tell you, you live in one of the most fantastic countries ever. I just got back from there a few months ago. Texas, thank you so much. And let's see what we got here. Mackay, Queensland, or Mackay, not sure how you guys pronounce that down in Australia. The Yukon, Lancashire, Wichita, Kansas. Wow, people all over the place. Northern Ireland, thank you so much, David, for joining us. One of my oldest friends lived in Belfast for most of his childhood. Left with an American accent, came back with an Irish accent. It was really cool. Derbyshire, thank you so much. Alabama, thanks, John Wick. Iceland, yes, I'll tell you, Iceland, one of my favorite places in the world. I mean, I know it's not necessarily an easy place to live because of the simply because of the conditions with geology, the volcanoes, the earthquakes. There are many things about Iceland that make it a difficult place to live. I'm not blind to that, but at the same time, it is a gorgeous country. Everybody needs to go there at some point. Well, Perth, thank you so much for joining us from Australia. Boy, folks from all over the place. Thank you. I deeply appreciate everybody joining today. And honestly, I wish it was under better circumstances. Right now, what we have, as everybody knows, is a Long March booster that's in a reentry, in an uncontrolled reentry configuration, barreling in, and we honestly don't know when or where it's going to be impacting. Right now, you can see on your screen as to where the booster currently is. Its current orbital trajectory. Liverpool, thank you so much for joining us from Liverpool as well. I'll be in your neck of the woods fairly soon too. So yeah, just passing over Southern Australia here pretty soon. Not in any kind of position to where it's likely to re-enter soon. It's at an altitude of 156 kilometers. And as you can see, the altitude is increasing, and that is simply because all orbits are in a sort of an ellipse. And so, therefore, you're going to have the altitude increase for a while and the altitude decrease. But the net result, obviously, is a decaying orbit that will ultimately end in a burnup. Boulder, Colorado, fantastic. I went to school at CU Boulder. Appreciate you joining us. London, one of my favorite cities in the world. Newcastle, another one of my favorite cities in the world. Really, you're talking most cities in the UK, and I'm going to be pretty positive about it. Australia, Gold Coast. I'll tell you, you guys are the best. The Australians that join me at all hours, I really do appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Skylab falling. Yes, I remember that too. A lot of people who are probably watching right now do not remember that particular event, but Skylab was also an uncontrolled re-entry. Things went wrong with Skylab, and there was an entry far sooner than they were anticipating, and it was an uncontrolled re-entry that put debris all over Australia. Interestingly enough, that's where most of it fell anyway. New Zealand, thank you so much for joining us. Well, fantastic. A fellow CU graduate. Really do appreciate you joining us. Yeah, definitely one of my favorites. So, in any event, you can see the path, the path of the booster that it's taking across the planet. It is going to change, obviously, as time goes on. At its current altitude, it is not going to be entering its burnup phase at this point. However, we do have an idea. I've been checking a number of different sources on a regular basis to see if they've been updating this at all. The Aerospace Corporation updates these things, but it was 9 hours ago that they did their most recent update. We're talking 1816 UTC, which if you're talking about, Eastern Standard Time, that's 2:16 in the afternoon. But it's a plus or minus 5 hour window, which means we really don't know where the hell this thing's going to come down. And that's the problem with uncontrolled reentries. And that's what makes me so pissed off about this. Now, uncontrolled reentries happen pretty regularly, actually, with Russia, especially. Russia's had quite a number of failed launches. Just recently in January, their Angara rocket experienced a failure. And as a result, there was an uncontrolled reentry there, but it's different. That was a mistake. That was a failure that they didn't anticipate. That was just a problem. This is not a problem. This is by design. This is the Chinese National Space Agency deciding, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and take our chances. We'll take our chances with the people of the planet and see whether or not this actually lands on anybody's head. We'll tell everybody, of course, that there's virtually no chance of this happening, which is true. The odds of this killing somebody or damaging property is low, but it doesn't mean that this has never happened. Actually, on the what used to be called the Ivory Coast, in Africa, it some debris from a Chinese rocket in 2020 destroyed some buildings there, just as recently as 2020. So it's not like this can happen. Can it come down on the U.S. Capitol? Highly unlikely, but yes, it absolutely could come down on DC. And it just that is yes. Yeah, the next orbit will take it up and over California and then up across the East Coast. It will actually pass pretty much over it will pass pretty much over the capital at that point, or very close to it. So any sort of complete burnup of something this big, and we're talking, anywhere from 4,000 to 8,000 kilograms worth of debris will come down from this thing. If it were to burn up and re-enter right over a populated area, it would certainly cause some damage to property, may even cause injuries, but certainly would scare the hell out of people, and would create a massive international incident. There's no question about that. And that's just not a good thing. If you can say it was a mistake, if you can say that there was, an error made and that's what happened, okay, that's one thing. But this isn't. It's by design. And that's what's so annoying about it, indeed. Let's see here. Yeah, so Croatia, thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us. I'm not sure if you joined us the last time or not. I know we had someone from Croatia join me on the last live stream. In any event, this coverage will come to you for quite a few hours today. I'm going to be online. There will be no ads or anything along those lines. So, of course, any support I receive, I'm very thankful for, but there will be no ads to disrupt this coverage whatsoever, just so you know. And I'm not going to record it as well, simply because it's hours and hours of coverage. I really don't see people being interested in a recorded version. So yeah, how about a variable or some magnets? Yeah, there's people have suggested a number of different ways of keeping this from falling. It was suggested during the last reentry that the US Space Force might shoot it down with an anti-sat weapon, but that's just going to make it more dangerous. It's going to shatter the thing into many pieces and could widen the debris path even more. So really, this is an event that really can't be avoided, and we know that it was, just a week ago or so that China deployed their space station module. So there really wasn't a whole lot of turnaround time here for us to get ready for this. It's just a matter of, okay, this happened, and yeah, that's now we're going to have an uncontrolled reentry. Heads up, everybody. And that's pretty much the deal. So it's frustrating to say the least. And let's see, once again, I'm checking for updates from a variety of different sources that keep their eyes on this to see if we have anything new. Nope, nothing new. Folks aren't waking up here in the US, the people that track that stuff over here. An electromagnet, yeah, a huge magnet definitely might make a big deal. Yeah, lamb on Putin, Kim Jong Un. That's one thing, is North Korea, I believe, is completely outside the debris path. Probably a good thing. I'm not exactly sure how North Korea would react to something like this. Um, so yeah, is it coming down at about 73 feet per orbit? Now, once again, we really don't know exactly how much of a descent we're looking at here. There are so many variations with an uncontrolled reentry, and that's why we have such a big plus or minus, such a big field of error, shall we say, or such a big margin for error, is because of these problems, because we have such so much uncertainty involved in this reentry. So we can't say for certain as to when it's going to burn up, what its descent is going to be minute by minute. Patrick, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Do they know which country's rocket made the double crater on the moon recently? The overall consensus right now, Patrick, is that it was a Chinese rocket that was involved in launching a lunar orbiter in 2014. However, China denies that this happened. They deny that they were involved in it. However, the overall conclusion from people who watch this stuff and track these rockets say that it was that. Now, why did the double crater happen? That is a big, big unknown, and I actually made a video about that with my own theory as to what could have caused that. So we'll see. It could skip even several times. Yes, that is another thing. That's a good point, by the way, Maura Ryan. It is actually re entering right now. It is in the atmosphere, the upper layers of the atmosphere. And once again, this makes things a little, uncertain about how things are going to go. Once again, Patrick, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate this. This whole event is coming to you ad free. So, your support is what brings you this content today. So, thank you very much for anybody who does jump in and provide support to this channel, because it is going to bring some good content your way, because it's going to be applied towards my trip to Britain, where I have lots and lots of tours set up right now with various European spaceflight agencies. And on top of that, my coverage of Artemis 1. So any support that I receive today, that's where it's going, guys, is to bring you guys even better content. So thank you so much for that. If you're going to use a theater defense missile after it's far enough into reentry, it wouldn't be an issue. It's all very tricky, but yeah, that might work indeed. Thanks so much for catching us live today, Promiscuous. I really do appreciate that. By the way, let me go ahead and check my Discord followers. Just need to see what's going on with them. I've For those of you who are Discord supporters on Patreon, you can ask your questions with text, just so you know. So let's so that's another alternative. Hello, Froggy, how you doing? Good to see you again. Minley and House should be in charge of some of these projects. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know about in charge. Perhaps as a little bit of an advisor or something like that. That would be a good thing. Yeah, perhaps it should be tracked on Meteor Lab. Actually, we are drinking coffee, blonde roast, actually, which has a very high caffeine content. So that's my choice there. So Australia, you've had the booster pass over your country. At this point, it's heading now towards New Zealand, at an altitude of, an altitude of 165.12 kilometers. Once again, you've seen that it's gone into a more of a climbing phase at this point, because all orbits are elliptical, and so therefore sometimes it's going to be going up. Sometimes it'll gain altitude, sometimes the altitude will drop. Once we start hitting the low 100s, that's when you start hitting burnups. So the Kármán line, as it's generally referred to, is the absolute limit where things tend to burn up completely. But nevertheless, yeah. So a crash party, well, I'd like to call it that, but at the same time, it really isn't. It's me providing live coverage of what's happening, because this this isn't a game, in my opinion. It really isn't. This is a very serious threat to the stability of our international relations. If anything happens with this, if things go wrong, that's just bad news. Leah Stapley says, what could the CCP hope, Chinese Communist Party, possibly hope to accomplish with this? Is it simply incompetence? No, it's not incompetence. It's just they don't care. It's just a matter of there are many ways that they could deorbit this thing if they just put some additional modifications into the booster that would allow it to do that, but it's certainly not happening. SpaceX's second stages either go into orbit, or they go through a controlled deorbit, like just about everybody, by the way. Almost everyone does a controlled deorbit of their stages, including Russia, including ULA, including the ESA and Arianespace, everybody. Jeff, thank you so much. Really do appreciate your support. Means a lot to me, let me tell you today. Once again, this is coming to you ad-free today, this coverage. So thank you very much for supporting my channel. Is it going to land somewhere along the equator? Yeah, Mark, it's more likely to. The further north or south you go, the safer you probably are. Although on the southern sweeps, that's actually where it's more likely to enter, is when it goes south versus north. But nevertheless, Yeah, it's why would it pose the threat even crash, not basket of kittens? Most people would say, "Oh, I'm very disappointed at you, China." I think actually, if it kills anybody in the U.S. or seriously injures somebody in the U.S., that's going to be a major international incident. That's going to be something that the U.S. government is going to get outraged over. If it crashes really on anybody, if it kills or injures any innocent person on this planet. It's going to be a major international incident, and I wouldn't be surprised if China will deny that they made it happen. They'll say that it was made up, it was rigged, whatever, and that will create even further problems. I mean, that is the potential issue that we're dealing with today. It's very unlikely, but it could still happen. And if it does, it's going to be a bad thing indeed. But yeah, obviously it's most probably going to hit the ocean. 70% of our planet is ocean, and so therefore that is what's more likely to happen. Russia building its own space station, I kind of doubt it, to be honest. I don't think they're going to have the money to build their own space station. Maybe, but right. Yeah, the station that they're planning on is outdated in terms of its configuration, but it's still billions of dollars involved. Gerald, to answer your question, this is the Long March 5B that launched the latest module of the Chinese space station. Um, the uh, the Wenqian, no, is that the Wenqian? Okay, I'm forgetting. I don't know. It's too early in the morning, I think, for me. But in any event, there are three major port. There, Harmony of the Heavens, by the way, is the name of the station in English, just so you know. But in any event, that is what it is. It's the upper stage of the Long March 5B. Just about everybody suspected that this was going to happen because it happened the last time that they deployed a large space station module. And as a result, these are the consequences. It's very frustrating. Can we take out the next launch of the same kind of booster with anti-missile tech? Well, we could, Jason, but at the same time, we take it out while it's going up, and that too would create a major international incident. However, if this does create any sort of damage or, God forbid, injuries or deaths, then that is something that could, then I think there could be some action taken on the part of the world to try to prevent the Chinese from repeating this mistake. Because of the size of the Pacific being about a third of the planet, yes, it most probably will, Axel. Here's the deal, though. With the last booster that they sent up, the report was that it had hit the ocean somewhere off the coast of Guam in the Pacific, right? That's what they said. But the reality was it actually hit some islands in the Indian Ocean. They were virtually uninhabited, but nevertheless, it came down way off from where we anticipated or where it was estimated that it was going to come down. And of course, here's the reason for that is pretty obvious. You have the orbits are very, very fast. You're talking about going around the entire planet every 90 minutes. So, with that kind of speed, any sort of minor change or any sort of minor miscalculation in reentry time is going to put the re-entering object in the ocean or on the planet thousands of kilometers off from where you thought it was going to be. And that is a big margin of error. They thought it was going to crash off the coast of Guam, and this was right when it actually happened. And instead, it crashed in the Indian Ocean. Not a great thing at all. Let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Yeah, if it crashes into dry grass, yeah, it could set off wildfires. There are many potential consequences. It's never really caused a serious issue in the past. Um, so yeah, then and therefore this is why I'm providing coverage for it today. As of right now, the as you can see, the booster is out over the South Pacific and making its way towards the west coast of the United States at an altitude of 168 kilometers and barely climbing. So once again, once as long as you see that meter running, either at a slow climb, slow descent, then you know that it's still in orbit and it's not in a rapid descent. Also, this is not real time, so sometimes it could re-enter and burn up, and this little tracker won't keep up with that. Usually 15-20 minutes or so after the crash is when we know that it actually happened. Solar storms affect the estimate drastically. That is true, Ken. Well, we're getting 3-minute pings. Maybe they've upgraded it since the last time. So yeah, great. My partner in crime in Yorkshire searched hard and long for this tracker, and actually, from what I understand, this is the best that it gets. So definitely good stuff that we've got here. Thank you very much to another space nut for providing this to us. And yeah, definitely interesting to be watching this in real time, but at the same time, a little disconcerting, I must say. Fortunately, right now, still not really close to a crash, but it will be happening within the next few hours. Would the U.S. consider this a declaration of war? Probably not. Instead, what it would do is increase the already strained tensions between the U.S. and China. It would really rip things apart in a big way if it were to cause any sort of significant damage. Or disruption over the US or over any of the United States allies. Um, John, I don't know as to what tracking app is being used. So I'll leave that to another space nut to let me know or post it. If it falls on the U.S., I would just invade Taiwan and get everything over with as I was China. Yeah, well, I mean, it's it's certainly going to make things even more hostile. There's no question about that. And I mean, we kind of joke about these things, but regrettably, given the state of relations between the US and the People's Republic of China, the chances of some sort of confrontation, or certainly some sort of armed confrontation, God forbid a war, that sort of thing, becomes more and more likely with each passing year, simply because it does appear that China doesn't want to let another presidency go by with Taiwan not being part of China. And obviously, Taiwan does not want to become part of China. So we really don't know what's going to be happening in that regard, but it is a very disconcerting thing. It's something that worries my son, let me tell you. He just signed up for the draft and all that, and yeah, it's worrisome. Yes, there is no draft in the U.S. right now, but a major confrontation between the U.S. and China would probably require a massive amount of personnel, and that would be it might lead to the reinstitution of the draft, a war that big. So, God, let's hope. Let's hope that something like that never happens. Very, very disconcerting thought indeed. And it was be a war most probably that would involve a lot more than just the US and China. Probably Great Britain would get involved. They generally do, supporting the US, etc. So, timely notification. So once again, YouTube isn't even notifying people properly. Is that correct? Yeah, the Hong Kong deal. That's true, Mark, and that's most probably why Taiwan is never ever going to become part of the People's Republic of China. Obviously, the PRC is not going to live up to their promises when it comes to allowing free elections in areas that they take over. Hong Kong has lost a great deal of their freedom right now, and so as a result, yeah, just not fun, not fun. Um, beat some goat herders and Toyota pickup trucks. Yeah, well, Ronald, I'm afraid I can't really argue with that. It's what happened with in Afghanistan. Of course, then again, you could say that just about with just about everybody. Britain invaded Afghanistan. Russia invaded Afghanistan. Everybody's tried to beat Afghanistan and failed. There's a reason that it's called the graveyard of empires. So in any event, the best cross our fingers, hope something changes. Prospects right now don't look very promising. Yes, I do agree. I do agree. Um, and yeah, I mean, I don't think we should be pushed around. It's not just a matter of being pushed around. Taiwan is an independent country with millions and millions of people, an independent democratic country with a very stable, legitimate democracy. And, this is a country that should be defended. Now, there was a time, when it was under the control of Chiang Kai shek that it wasn't necessarily very free, but it's changed since then. It's a very democratic nation and should not have that taken away. Yes, I am still in South Carolina, Mark. So let's have a look. I'm checking on, once again, if you are on Discord, if you're one of my Patreon supporters on Discord, you can do the ask your questions with text. That's another option available to you if you want to go ahead and do that. And once again, I'm more than happy to take any other questions about spaceflight related issues while we keep track of this. Right now, I do believe that it's still climbing a bit. Descent will probably be getting started here soon, probably about the time that it starts passing over North America. So, we just had a brief switch over to the map itself. But in any event, many thanks once again to my partner in crime in Yorkshire who made all of this possible. Hello, Anton. Really do appreciate you checking in today. Grateful to everybody who's been checking in, by the way. Thank you so much indeed for everybody checking in and watching this coverage. Once again, totally ad free today. So, my deepest gratitude to the folks who have been making super chat contributions to this stream as well. Thank you so much for that. We also had a video recently released yesterday where I covered two issues. One was about the Starliner and the fact that it's losing even more money than it already was. And on top of that, something about new developments with space elevators, not space elevators on Earth, but rather a lunar space elevator or a Martian space elevator. So that's a video that I just released. TC, thank you so much for your generous support. Wow, thank you so much. Roscosmos mug. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'd love to blow up a Roscosmos mug. By the way, keep in mind, 90,000 subscribers is what I need to hit to do a two-stage launch of a Boeing and the Blue Origin mugs. Anton Nim, thank you so much for your consistent support of this channel. You guys make all the difference in the world, and I'll tell you, this means a lot to me. You guys helping out because once again, this is ad-free coverage that I'm providing today. No interruptions, no funny little ads on the side or anything like that. No poster ads or whatever they call those things. The support that I'm receiving is what makes this content possible. So thank you so much for helping out today. I wanted stainless from a scrap Starship Buster for building a prototype. Oh, you mean something like this? This is, for those of you unfamiliar, this is off of SN9. This is I'm not, I even had an engineer look at this and they weren't sure exactly what part of SN9 this was, a SpaceX engineer. But nevertheless, this is a bracket from the SN9 prototype that blew itself to bits over a year ago. And that was given to me as a gift, actually, from some treasure hunters in Boca Chica who were familiar with my channel and offered to give that to me in exchange for putting it on the set. So there you go, a piece of SN9, a piece of SpaceX history. And when Starship becomes a big success, to helping us colonize the solar system, wow, it's going to be quite a piece of space memorabilia, in my opinion. So I am beyond excited about that. Once again, guys, thank you so much for your generous support that you've been given. Everybody, please subscribe. If you're not subscribed to this channel, please smash that thumbs up as well. I'm going to be here for many hours today covering this until this booster is confirmed, having hopefully hit the water and hopefully done no damage and no problems to anybody on Earth. God, I hope that that is what happens. Um, Australian Defence Force, with the help of Australian group, launched a suborbital probe. Yes, that is true. Stayed up longer than it was actually New Shepard. It stayed up longer. New Glenn hasn't even launched yet, so yeah, it definitely stayed up a lot longer than that. But yeah, that's true. There was a suborbital launch. By the way, that was covered very well by an organization called the Launch Pad. The Launch Pad is also covering this event today. If you're doing some channel surfing, feel free to swap on over to the Launch Pad because they do really good coverage over there as well. Plus, they cover just about everything that happens live in space flight, whereas I don't. I don't cover these things very often, but this is a big deal. This is a very big deal for space flight. And unfortunately, all of it is potentially negative. That's all that could happen today. Either neutral or negative. If it causes any damage or any loss of life, God forbid, then it's really negative in every regard. Or at best, it plunges into the ocean and does no damage, and we dodged another bullet, which I don't regard that as good news. I just regard that as, encouragement for the Chinese to continue doing it business as usual. The last apogee and perigee, you know what? I haven't actually been on for the an entire orbit yet. So right now it's about as high up as it's been, but it's still climbing. So I don't actually know where we've ended up with the current track. What I do know is that its altitude right now is much higher than when I started out. So we should have a descent very soon. So let's see here. Let me go ahead and check once again my Discord followers, etc. Just to make sure that keeping up with them as well. Most of them are Patreon supporters, by the way. So yeah, right now I think we're approaching. No comments there. Just so you know, if you are a supporter on Patreon or just a member of Discord, which you can become in a variety of different ways, you can make your comments on Discord on the Ask Your Questions with Text. Mark, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. And I wish I could give you access to my intro music, but I don't have it. Can you believe that? I got it as part of this package that was involved with with my current video editing app that I use, and then they removed it. It's freeware. It was copyright free, but then they removed it from the app. Oh, somebody else can get it. How about that? Well, thank you, because I get that on a reg. That's another space nut just said that in my ear. So fantastic. I'm excited about that. So it sounds like I will give you access to the intro music soon. I'll make sure that I can provide access that to all my viewers. Greg Williams, thank you so much for the £5. Do I think Starship can launch before SLS? It all depends, Greg. If SLS successfully launches by the end of August or the beginning of September, SLS will launch before Starship. I do not believe Starship can launch in August. There's lots of, I don't know, Elon talks about that being possible, but no, no. There's still too many uncertainties. I mean, think about all the stages that we still need to go through. We haven't even done a successful 33 engine spin up on the engine, let alone a static fire. When they were trying to do a spin up of all 33 engines, that's when we had that big kaboom that occurred. On the pad, excuse me. And as a result, Elon Musk said from now on we're not going to try to spin up all 33 engines. Well, that was probably something you should have considered at the beginning. Elon's very aggressive, and I appreciate that, but at the same time, there is some very I don't know. There's some uncertainty involved in that, especially if we're talking about 33 Raptor 2s, and we've already had some switched out from that recent anomaly that took place. And when you swap out those engines, obviously you just lost quite a substantial amount of money. The Raptor 2s are very advanced pieces of equipment, and to every one of those that get lost, it's just an unnecessary expense. So I have a feeling that SpaceX may proceed a little bit more cautiously with their spin ups, especially when we're talking about lots and lots of engines. The more engines you involve in a test, the greater the chances of something going wrong. All you need is one engine, not necessarily to fail. You can deal with an engine failing. It's one engine having a chamber explosion or something along those lines, and it will be utter disaster for the booster. That is a tough thing, and that's just for starters. You also need to stack the vessel fully fueled, which hasn't been done yet. Yes, they stacked it, but that's when it was empty. That's when the Starship was empty. A fully fueled Starship is going to be a different story. So that means you're going to have 100 tons worth of Starship plus whatever cargo you put on it, and then all the fuel, the 1,300 tons worth of fuel on top of the booster. That's going to be challenging. Looks like we're doing some adjustments with our tracking map right now, trying to give you a little bit of a better view of what's going on, zooming it a bit on North America. Oh, new data getting pushed through right now, apparently. Sorry about that, guys. Just coming over the west coast of the US right now, just so you know. Folks in LA, it is actually early enough for you guys to check that out. What time is it out there? 4:13 in the morning. Yes, I actually, and I do believe that this was reported. Um, an individual who tracks these things on a regular basis, Jonathan McDowell, he made a comment that yes, at 4:49 a.m. The booster will pass. That this is Pacific time, by the way. It will pass overhead close to Jupiter. But once again, it may not be 4:49. That may have been an estimate based on information that we had at the time. But right now, it's passing over there. So if you are in the Southern California area and you're dealing with clear skies, feel free to run outside and check. TC Mutt, thank you, by the way. Need anti-booster umbrellas. And look, once again, Kalgoorlie, is that how do you pronounce it? Sorry, I wish I knew my Australian geography a bit better. But thank you so much for joining us from Australia. But yes, the booster passing over LA right now. If you are in the area, yes, Arizona, most probably you will be able to see it face west if you want to spot it. Wes Clark, thank you so much for your support. God, you guys are the best today. You are definitely keeping this channel going and keeping this coverage going. Once again, as I mentioned before, no ads on this coverage whatsoever. So thank you so much for your support, because that's what brings you this kind of coverage. Starship will suffer catastrophic failure within 5 seconds of liftoff. Sympathetic resonance not addressed. Alloy resonance of stainless steel not as forgiving as aluminum. Roger, I can't say that I disagree with you. It is possible, and if that happens, that's grim. That's very grim indeed. If you are in the Southern California / Arizona area, it's going to be right overhead. it will be almost directly overhead if you're looking at it from that perspective. Actually, it's passing over Arizona right now. Wow, and just about to pass over the New Mexico area. You're either going to be looking directly overhead or just a bit to the northwest, and it will be tracking from the northwest, of course, over to the northeast. For those of you in Nevada, Utah, etc., it will be passing over your region as well. So pretty, and it's still night there. So you can probably get a good view if you get pictures, if you get footage, post them on my Twitter account. I would love to see the booster. That would be an exciting thing indeed. Remember the song in 1970, Skylab's Falling? Yes, indeed. I do remember that story. On Moscow, hoping it smack Beijing. Unlikely, but it could happen indeed. In New Mexico, yes, indeed. Go have a look. It should be close to directly overhead or just to the northwest. If you have clear skies, it is tracking very quickly across North America right now. This is probably going to be your only chance, U.S. viewers, to see this. For those of you who are for those of you who are in the nighttime area, it is already morning here, so I am unlikely to be able to see it unless it's burning up. NASA's interest in UFOs. Unfortunately, I don't think enough money is being invested in it. Number one. Also, NASA is not being provided with any sort of military proprietary footage. That's a bad thing. So they're not getting the necessary information they need to really do a solid study of what's happening. It can indeed happen in Perth. I'm not sure where it's going to track. It could track over Perth. It's possible. We'll see how that goes. Right now, though, still in the nighttime area of North America, now passing over Colorado, looks like the Utah, Colorado area, and just heading further north towards Nebraska and maybe Wyoming for those of you in those areas in the northern part of the U.S. All right, watching it is bright. Awesome. We have people spotting it. Try to photograph it if you can or get some footage of it. Boy, exciting stuff. Good job. Good job catching that. I am a bit envious, I must say, that you guys are getting a chance to say that. It has a red spot on England because that's Greenwich Mean Time. Because the UK in the 19th century was the center of the universe, the only major superpower on the planet, pretty much in the 19th century, they determined where Greenwich Mean Time, that is to say, zero time, was. So that's your explanation for that. No, it's not. London is in no way being, or Greenwich rather, is in no way being threatened right now. Boy, exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Very glad that some of you got a chance to see it. And it is still in the nighttime region of the sky. Those of you in Texas, if you look due north, you'll probably be able to see it at the moment, just off the horizon. Neat stuff indeed. Ben, I actually didn't get this tracker. I will get that information for you here shortly once my partner in crime in Yorkshire comes back online. I'll see if we can find that for you. Just one second. Let me see if I can look it up. Okay, links going on to the chat right now. For you guys who want to check out the tracking form as well. Apogee is 174.66 kilometers over California. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that information. So as you can see, now that it had achieved apogee over California, it is now in its descent mode. And just passing over into the daylight region of North America. For those of you who got a chance to see it, that's awesome. I am so happy that you got an opportunity to check that out. Cool stuff. So did they static fire SLS on the pad? No, they don't. Yeah, that's true. They just launch it. The static fire off SLS was the Green Run, which was a very thorough static fire that went on for over 400 seconds. And very successful, by the way. Not the first one. The first one sucked, but the second one went very, very well. And of course, they've done static fires on the solid rocket boosters as well. So generally, things are looking fairly positive for SLS at the moment. But the latest wet rehearsal was not error free. It's not like it didn't have any problems. Predicted reentry now at 17:15 UTC, plus or minus 1 hour. We are now getting a lot more specific. That's a good thing to know. Thank you very much for providing that. Looks like we're finally getting some updates, which is a positive thing indeed. Let me go ahead and I'm checking some of my own sources here real quick. Yeah, the Aerospace Corporation once again. Did they update it? No, they didn't. That's kind of irritating. But thank you very much for that information. So once again, at 2:15 UTC, 4 hours difference. So you're looking at 10:15 in the morning or so from Eastern Standard Time. Now, plus or minus an hour, which means it could happen as early as 9:15, or it could happen, it could happen as late as 11:15. So, and do you know what kind of uncertainty that is? Plus or minus an hour. That's 2 hours worth of uncertainty. And it only takes 90 minutes for this thing to orbit the Earth once. So that is a huge amount of uncertainty. We still have no idea where this thing's going to come down. We'll get a much better idea soon, but we really don't know. Okay, Anton, looks like you spotted something good. Thank you so much. If it were goes over the head, the orbital period's about 90 minutes, as are most things in orbit. Um, There's your most up to date information, just so you know, posted and linked in the chat. So yes, 90 minutes. That's correct. Is what you're looking at for an orbital period on most things actually that are orbiting in low Earth orbit. Yeah, you're right. 100% uncertainty. You're right, Michael. Plus or minus an hour when you're talking about a 90-minute orbital period. So maybe we could put a poll up. Let's see if we can get a poll up right now. Do you guys think that this thing's going to hit the water, or is it going to hit land but cause no appreciable damage, or is it going to hit a populated area and maybe damage some buildings? We'll give three options there. I'm going to give my partner in crime a moment to put the poll up, and we'll see what everybody thinks. We'll call it bingo night. We'll call it booster reentry bingo, considering build nuclear reactor support in the field. Okay, so we got where will it hit? Water, land, populated area. There's our poll that just got put up there. So we'll see what everybody has to say about the. It's like I say, the odds are it's going to hit water. That's true, but the question is, are they going to get lucky again? We're getting some very specific ones, such as it will hit Africa. It did in 2020. A reentry that they had at that time was in 2020. Big Fireworks Shop. Hello, thank you so much for tuning in. Looks like we have a problem. Somebody who needs to be banned right now. I apologize, guys, for this coming up at the moment. Kind of annoying when these things occur, but in any event, hopefully we got rid of that. It's going to land on my car. Boy, I wonder if car insurance would cover something like that. I'm not sure if you could call that an act of God, because it isn't an act of God. So yeah, difficult to say. Mar-a-Lago. Yes, statistically, it is most likely to hit water. The question is, how many times are they going to get lucky? That's the big question. TC Mudd, thank you. Looks like it's in the firing line. Skylab fell in this area in Western Australia, seen the wreckage that made it to ground on display 700 kilometers inland from Perth. My, you are definitely in the bush, kind of, or at least I think that's how you put it there. And thank you so much for your support, by the way. And thanks to everybody who's been jumping in with those super chats. This event, once again, coming to you ad-free today. So your support is deeply, deeply appreciated. So let's see, Indian Ocean just short of reaching us in Perth. Yeah, the Indian Ocean is where the last booster hit. actually. The last booster did impact in the Indian Ocean, even though they really didn't know that at the time. And yeah, it's true. If it does hit the water, chances are something will die, which is an unfortunate thing indeed. And it's never fun to be putting debris into the water anyway. 66% say water, 22% say land, 11% populated area. Thank you so much for playing Booster Reentry Bingo. Yeah, Skylab was an interesting event. Once again, that was also an uncontrolled reentry, and a lot of debris came down. But once again, nobody got hurt. So yeah, I mean that's usually the story. That's the story that's happened time and again. But once again, how often are we going to get lucky on this? Mike, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being a subscriber for as long as you have. And I can't wait to visit Australia sometime in my life. I would definitely like to. Channel memberships, yes, indeed. Do have channel memberships. Just so you know, it's all you have to do is click the join button at the bottom right, should be there. And you can become a angry advocate, or you can join on Patreon and become a member of Discord that way. There's a number of different ways to do it. And we may do reentry bingo again when things are getting a little bit closer and we're getting a better idea. Passing over the Atlantic Ocean right now after a very exciting pass over North America, where it seems that a number of viewers got a chance to check it out. Exciting stuff. You know, I've heard good things about Perth, Trent. I had a friend from Perth moved here to the US, but in any event, really nice fellow. Definitely a part of Australia that a lot of people don't get to. And that would be interesting indeed. I would love to visit that part of Australia, since most people don't get around to doing it. They do the Sydney thing and go into the outback for a while, that sort of thing. It's a little disappointing. I think it would be a cool thing to visit a different part of the country. How many taikonauts inside this thing? There were no taikonauts on this particular mission, and there are no taikonauts on the station, I don't believe it. Well, there might be at the moment. I know they just brought some taikonauts back, or no, that was a cargo ship. I apologize. That was a cargo ship that they just brought back recently. So yeah, I think there's three on the station right now, if I remember correctly. Their general pattern has been two men and one woman on every mission. And speaking of female astronauts, the first Russian female cosmonaut in many, many years is going to be going up to the ISS on a Crew Dragon. About time. And she is, by the way, the only female cosmonaut who's even in training right now. It's just reprehensible how the Russians have shut their young women out of their cosmonaut program. Very unfair indeed. Hi, Q. Thank you so much for the £5. I believe the Chinese put to see a brand new aircraft carrier. It landed on it. Yes, if it were to hit the deck of one of their carriers, I think that would be poetic justice. Couple of sweepstakes. Latitude Longitude gets an Angry Astronaut shirt. That would be an interesting thing indeed, but I think there's probably going to be some debate as to the exact latitude and longitude that it hits on, because as with reentries in general, this is going to spread over a large area. It's going to break up into many, many pieces, and hit a hit a vast region. And some of these pieces are going to be quite big, 20, 30 meters in length. Some of them is most probably going to be the size of some of these fragments. That's big. That's big. That's dangerous. And once again, we continue to get lucky that nothing, has ever been hurt, but who knows? Risk for wildlife? Sure. Absolutely. Toxic pollutants? Yes, there's most probably fuel still left in the booster. You seldom run completely out of fuel in a booster, so there's probably going to be some of that. And the People's Republic of China definitely uses some toxic fuels in their rockets. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be consequences in a variety of different ways. Virginia, USA. Thank you so much for joining us. I was just in Virginia not that long ago. It was a great visit. My daughter is currently working at a nuclear reactor in Virginia right now, actually. I do believe that she's going to be leaving the reactor. She's doing an internship there right now as an engineer, and she'll be leaving there soon. Stephen, thank you so much for the $10 Australian Angry Coffee Fund, which I'm definitely going to be needing more of here soon. By the way, I will be taking a short break relatively soon here in order to refill my coffee, amongst other things, um, probably in about 10 minutes or so. And I'll take about 10 minutes. I would say we'll take about, in about 10 minutes, I'll be taking a 10-minute break. I will leave the tracker active, just so you know, so you guys will be able to keep up with the booster and its current position. It is descending right now down to 159 kilometers, and continuing during its descent down to perigee. So so yeah, a little troubling, to say the least. So anyway, but any other questions that folks have right now, and I would be delighted to answer. Checking once again on Twitter, some of my other sources, to see if we have any updates whatsoever in terms of its position. Nope, nothing there. And let's check one other place. Okay, yes, we did get, now the projected time has changed slightly. We are now at 17:15 UTC, which is approximately 1:15 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time, with a plus or minus margin of error of 1 hour, which means it could come down anywhere on the planet. Reentry will be along one of the ground tracks that are shown. Let's see if we can share one of these at some point. I'm just letting it's, if that's possible. It's called the Aerospace Corporation. I'm going to go ahead actually and download the image and send it to my partner in crime real quick, and so you guys can have a look when we're able to. Sending this over in just a moment. Okay, there we are. And sent. All right. So we have the a pretty accurate determination of where the orbit is going to take it. And here's some good news. It seems very unlikely that this is going to pass over inhabited areas. The only areas that look risky are South America. And let's have a look here. The West Coast is a little dicey, but we're talking the west coast of Mexico. Um, is perhaps at risk. It looks like it's also going to pass just south of South Africa and then make its way to where it could potentially end up somewhere in Southeast Asia. So it's looking fairly good for, oh, Vanguard. Thank you so much for joining, by the way. Really do appreciate that. So yeah, there you go. There's the path that's at risk. Now keep in mind there's definitely some deviation that theoretically could be involved there. So South Africa theoretically could be at risk as a result of that. Also, the Philippines and Indonesia, Singapore, all of those areas theoretically are at risk, along with a great deal of South America. So all of those things are potentially a problem. And yes, Taiwan could also be at risk. So that's what we're looking at right now, but it could be anywhere along that track. Fortunately, once again, it looks very likely that China is going to luck out and not have a reentry over land. But once again, that is by no means a certainty. And also, we could have some variation and deviation of the debris once it actually burns up, especially over South Africa. Just about all the major cities in South Africa are on the coast. So yeah, does this rocket make you angry? Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. There are few things in spaceflight that make me more angry than this. This beyond pisses me off. The fact that, China doesn't have to be doing this. China doesn't have to be putting people at risk like this. There are many ways that they could re-enter this booster safely. They're just choosing not to. They're choosing not to pay attention. Patrick, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Maybe Australians are watching you because so much space junk falls on our heads. Yes, indeed. By the way, I'm going to be cutting off here in about 4 minutes. It's going to be a 7:40 my time, 12:40 UK time. If my partner in crime is online and listening to this at the moment, I'm going to go offline. Okay, I'll be offline for 4 minutes, or rather, in 4 minutes, I'll be offline, and I will be off for 10 minutes. I'll take a 10-minute break, get some coffee refill, etc., and then I will be back to continue the coverage. Once again, as this continues to descend, even spotting it in the daylight is a possibility. So that's something we definitely need to keep in mind. But yeah, I mean, once again, to revisit this, there are few things in spaceflight that get me angrier than this. This whole drama is unnecessary. We don't have to be doing this right now. It is, by choice, purely by choice. The People's Republic of China have decided to put the world at risk right now, to bring one of these very large boosters. This thing's huge compared to most things that re enter our atmosphere, and thousands of kilograms of space debris is going to come plunging down somewhere. And yeah, most probably over water. We can't say that for certain. Um, so yeah, it annoys the hell out of me. But it does appear that the vast majority of the planet's safe. But right now, it's looking like South America, the coastal cities of South Africa, and also Indonesia, Taiwan, the Philippines, Singapore, that sort of thing. Those are the areas that theoretically could be at risk. And ironically, China is not at risk at all. Isn't that special? Okay, so we are now 2 minutes away from where I'm going to take my break. Where are those UAP tic tacs down? That's true. It'd be nice if we had a UAP knock this thing down, or tractor beam it away. But then again, we can't really depend on aliens to solve our problems for us, can we? So right now, in full daylight at the moment, passing over the west coast of Africa, and making its way further south, towards the Congo, looks like is where it's going to pass. And also, not too far away from South Africa, but in full daylight. Elmar, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate you joining. And yeah, just south of Cocoa Beach. Love Cocoa Beach, by the way. It's where I usually stay when I visit Cape Canaveral. Really do appreciate it. And I'm going to be down in your neck of the woods real soon. And these super chats, by the way, are supporting my coverage of Artemis 1, and also the month I'm going to be spending in the UK touring a wide variety of UK spaceflight companies. 50 kilometers from hitting the Kármán line. Yes, we're now very close as to having a good idea as to where this thing's going to end up. But once again, all we know is the orbital path, not the precise location. It could end up anywhere from, South Africa on one side of things, all the way up to, to through the Philippines, down off the west coast of Mexico, somewhere in South America. Wide variety of places that this thing could end up. So, and even when we're a few minutes away from the moment of reentry, the moment when it burns up, we're still not going to know for certain until it actually hits the ground. I'm going to be taking a 10-minute break. You can continue tracking the booster. I will be back in 10 minutes. Stay angry, guys. And guys, thanks so much for joining me, everybody. You guys have been fantastic. Really good conversation that we've been having today, covering a wide variety of things about spaceflight, but of course, mostly about the Long March 5B booster reentry, uncontrolled reentry that is going to be creating, hopefully, very little in the way of chaos. And yeah, that's you just Ricky just or I think it's Ricky. Yeah, just made a really good point. Why don't they do a burn to drop it? As they could. There are many ways that they could modify the booster to make it safe. They just don't. They just don't, and it's beyond frustrating. Got a, fresh cup of coffee right now, and oh, old music. Interesting idea. Maybe we should do that next time. I think we probably can do that. So yeah, when I go back on break, we'll see if that if we can manage that. All right, thanks. It looks like my partner in crime in Yorkshire's working on getting things ready at the moment. Looks like the booster is going to be passing. We need to make a slight adjustment in the map at some point as well, just to make sure that we continue to track it. We're trying to give you a little bit of a closer up view of exactly where it is. We just have a hard time. Yeah, that's possible. I'm sorry that let me see if I can get fire the intro over to you. Sorry, I'm communicating with my colleague in Yorkshire. Not certain if it'll let me share this with you or not, but I will give it a try. Takes just a moment. Right now, just looking to see if we can get some background music for you guys. Take me a moment to find it. I have quite a number of intros, actually. Hey, there's one. All right. And let's see if we can share it. I think. All right. I'm sharing that with you right now. Colleague in Yorkshire. Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate your support. Thanks a lot. I do my best to beat a man. Really appreciate everybody's assistance that you've been giving me today. You guys are fantastic. Any repercussions? Well, I would say the only way they're going to have repercussions is if somebody gets hurt or if there's damage to property. I would say that that's going to be the most likely situation where there may be some consequences. Matthew, they got any reusability spacecraft plans? Yes, they do. China's working on reusability in a wide variety of ways, but unfortunately, well, I don't know about unfortunately, but they're doing it by copying everybody else's reusability, especially Starship. They're looking at pretty much a direct copy of Starship. Then the little intro video that they did for it was essentially a direct copy of the point-to-point Starship promotional video that SpaceX did years ago. So yes, we as somebody pointed out, we are looking at an elliptical orbit. Thank you so much, BJ Turon. I really do appreciate it. Once again, all this coverage is coming to you ad free today, so you guys' support is huge, huge indeed. Actually, the music, I have no idea who did it. It was on my shareware that I or rather a video editing system as a copyright free music, and then they removed it. So I don't even know who composed it, to be honest. So it's a little frustrating. I wish I had saved it a bit more thoroughly, but it was on the app. Everything looked great for it, and I just kept using it, and now it's gone. Which means that I just all I can do is use recordings of things that I've already used in the past. Um, And yeah, that is a good point. That was just made. China can't suffer repercussions; they're too big. Yeah, it's kind of tough to if you imposed, for example, the same kinds of sanctions on China that you have imposed on the Russians. It would put the world's economy into a complete tailspin, a complete and utter tailspin. By the way, we have it looks like the booster is about to pass out of our perspective right now. If there's a way that we can get an adjustment on the map just so we can keep watching it as it approaches Australia, that would be appreciated. Looks like it's going to pass out of our view. We do our best to try to give you a little bit more of an up close look as to where it is, but that's going to be changing soon. So we're going to make some adjustments to the map to continue tracking it. Of course, right now it's passing over the Indian Ocean and not over any inhabited areas, but it is about to pass into the nighttime zone of the planet. Rodney, thank you so much for the $20 New Zealand. And yes, it will be a beverage that I will be that I'll be taking advantage of in the UK most probably. Steve Thompson, thank you so much for your generous support. The percentage chance based on the track that I'm looking at right now, I'd give it a 90% chance of hitting the water. Most probably. Fortunately, it appears that the reentry track, the time that it's going to re enter, and the orbit that it's going to be on during the reentry doesn't take it over a great deal of land. So I would give it a 90% chance of re entering over the ocean. However, that having been said, the path does take it over some very heavily populated areas in western Mexico. It also takes it uncomfortably close to coastal cities in South Africa. It also puts it possibly over Taiwan and also the Philippines, Singapore, other very heavily populated areas in Indonesia. It's not like it doesn't represent a threat to anybody. It absolutely does. Until it actually hits the water and we know it hasn't harmed anybody, it still theoretically could harm somebody. Maston Space Systems, yes, thank you for bringing that up, Stephen. Maston Space Systems has recently filed for bankruptcy. Not a good thing because they are working on some extremely important equipment for the future of spaceflight. Update on the Angry Astronaut sunglasses. We're putting together our first order grouping. We people have been filling out that form. For those of you who filled out the form necessary in order to get your sunglasses, we have our first grouping that we're putting together to ship out. Not everybody has been responding at the same time, but so we want to ship like 20 at the same time or so, which we just accumulated. A little bit more than that, obviously, but still not as many responses as I would have liked right off the bat. A lot of people reserve them, so please fill out that form, guys. Those of you who have reserved them, fill out the form so we can complete the payment and you guys can get your sunglasses. I appreciate the fact that you pre-ordered and paid for that, but I certainly want to see you get your sunglasses at the end result. Okay, Perth, Western Australia. Yes, you may be able to see it. If we can make an adjustment to the map as soon as reasonably possible. All right, it's going to go off screen momentarily to make these changes, but we'll be able to track where it is vis-a-vis Australia. But yes, it is very likely that you are going to, for those of you who are currently in Australia, especially Western Australia, there's a very decent chance that you will be able to see it. Will it make you see red like me? Yes, yes, indeed. I would say that that's a very likely thing. Those sunglasses do indeed make you angry. I mean, UK merch site yet? Oh, that's a problem with Teespring. I need to get a new merch company. Teespring really stinks as far as UK customers are concerned. Definitely need to make some changes there because I came up with some great UK merch recently, but it is kind of pricey for UK customers simply because of the bad exchange rate between the dollar and the pound right now, and I'd like to change that. Yes, Maston. To go back to that topic, it is now once again, just because a company declares bankruptcy, that doesn't mean they're gone. that doesn't mean that they've had it. It simply means that they're going to be. It simply means that they've encountered problems, some financial problems, which they can patch up. So we have a larger field view of the booster right now, and yes, those of you in Western Australia, really across the entire continent, are likely to be able to see this booster very soon. I'm talking within the next 10 or 15 minutes. Those of you in Western Australia's Perth, that sort of thing, if you'll look south, once it gets to that point, you will be able to see it pass over, just facing south, but it should be close to an overhead pass for Perth. So yeah, it that should be very exciting indeed. And for everybody in Australia, it's going to pass right over the continent. So people in Sydney, that should be visible to lots of people. Really, everyone in Australia should be able to get a view of this, unless you have overcast skies. And also, the altitude's dropping too. And it is also tumbling. Remember that. It's uncontrolled, therefore tumbling. And so you are going to, it really makes it obvious when you have something this big and this close to the ground passing overhead. Should be very, yes, that is true, Rock and Robbins. Pieces as large as 30 meters long may strike the ground. Very disturbing indeed. Once again, checking my Discord just to see if we have any comments there. Up, we have a couple of newcomers. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. Magnum424 is a new member, and Keckers T. Thank you so much for joining as an angry advocate. That is very, very kind of you rather. And you can do the ask your questions with text if you want to use Discord to ask your questions. We don't have any rough predictions for the impact area. Instead, all we have is a track of the orbit that it's likely to come down on, but it could land anywhere along the track. The track takes it just off the west coast of Mexico, straight through the continent of South America, right off the coast of South Africa, and then back up through Indonesia, Singapore, and the Philippines and Taiwan. So that's essentially how that's going to go, with a fairly large area, or a fairly large margin of error still. So that will be interesting indeed. Yes, tumbling will help it break up. Chances are it will stabilize at some altitude inside the atmosphere. Good point indeed. I'm simply called the Angry Astronaut. Let me check my tag real quick. The Angry Astronaut, number 4586. But I also have a server, just so you know, just the Angry Astronaut server. Okay. Angry Advocate, yes, indeed. That is the name of my of my supporters. People always come up with funky names. Hey, it's better than Jake Paulers. I think that's what he calls his followers, right? Jake Paulers. That's just embarrassing, I think. But everything about that guy is embarrassing. He is good at beating people up, I guess. He has that talent. Okay. Um, he finally found something he's halfway good at. All right. Let's see, a dud firecracker. Yes. Well, we'll see what ends up happening. It's going to put on quite a fireworks show. There's no question about that. Where it does re-enter, it's going to be a fiery indeed. It is passing right inside right into the zone of darkness, shall we call it, into the nighttime region of our planet, and should be coming into view of Australia very soon. So that's coming up in just a moment. Current altitude of 152 kilometers, less than 100 miles. Yeah, who'd want to be called a Jake Pauler? It is very disturbing, but yes, indeed, when he introduces himself on his videos, is "What's up, Jake Paulers?" Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. I think he just likes to be mocked more than anything else. I think that gets him more views than anything, just because of how annoying the guy is. But anyway, we certainly don't need to be talking about him. And that is true. Good point. As it gets lower in altitude, fewer people will see it. You don't have as it's well, you just don't have as good of an arc of vision, shall we say, from your point of vantage point on the ground. Nevertheless, at its current altitude of 153 kilometers, it should be very obvious indeed, and coming up on Australia really fast at this point. Any viewers in Australia, get ready. It should be a pretty cool thing to see without question. It will be passing right under the west coast of Australia, and then, as you can see, passing straight over the continent. Anybody from Perth to Sydney should be able to see this thing as long as it's not overcast. Um, so yeah, this should be very interesting. And when it does burn up, it will provide quite a light show. Hopefully, that's all it is. Is it's a source of entertainment for people who get to see it burn up. But otherwise, it that's the best we can hope for. At worst, it could have some grim consequences. And like I say, odds are no. Odds are it's not going to happen. Very unlikely that anything's going to happen here, but nevertheless, there is a danger. Chris, thank you so much for the 20 Australian. It really makes a huge difference. Once again, providing this coverage ad free today. So you guys' support makes a huge difference. I will be visiting the UK for a month, checking out a variety of different private spaceflight institutions in the UK. That helps with that. And also, of course, I will be covering Artemis 1. So you guys will be any help I'm getting here on the super chat side is enormous. So thank you so much. How long to be over Sydney? Probably about 10 minutes, not very long at all. Things travel very, very rapidly in orbit. So it's not long at all. It should be coming into view of the west coast of Australia right now if you're facing to the southwest. So coming very soon indeed. As far as the nerd stats, I didn't actually create all those, but a lot of them are self-explanatory. Obviously, the time and all that sort of thing, latitude, longitude, its current location, the altitude provided in kilometers and miles, its current speed in kilometers per second, 7.81 kilometers per second, which is fairly typical for something flying through orbit. Very, very fast. Now, keep in mind, it's not going to hit the ground at that kind of speed. The atmosphere will slow it down tremendously. Oh, yes, I will be covering Starship Orbital as well. I'll definitely be covering that. The atmosphere will slow down this thing enormously to where it will hit the ground at about terminal velocity, probably 250 kilometers per hour or so, is what we can look at. Now, once again, is this likely to, break up and cause any damage over a populated area? No, absolutely not. But that being the case, that would be the case also with a plane breaking up in midair. And all you have to do is ask the people of Lockerbie about that one. And that, of course, was a tremendous tragedy for the people of Scotland and obviously for all the families, the people who were on that Pan Am flight. So, it's something breaking up in midair. Does it represent no threat to people on the ground? No, obviously it does not. And there are very, very large pieces of debris that are going to be coming down from this thing. So that being the case, yeah, 250 to 300 kilometers per hour. I assume that's what you mean there, Rock and Robin, not 300 kilometers per second. So yes, it will be hitting the ground at terminal velocity. That's essentially what terminal velocity is, or in that vicinity. One thing to keep in mind, by the way, for Starship landing on Mars, something I talk about quite a bit, is the fact that because Mars has such a thin atmosphere, you're looking at very different terminal velocities on Mars, as we have observed with all of the serial number, the rather the at various SN iterations of Starship. The Earth's atmosphere hasn't slowed it down that tremendously. Mars atmosphere will not slow down Starship much at all. Terminal velocity will be in the vicinity of 800 to 1,000 kilometers per hour, much faster than terminal velocity on Earth because of the thin atmosphere. That's what makes landing Starship on Mars such an incredible challenge. That's what's going to make things very, very difficult compared to doing it here on Earth. Once we get to that point, once we're sending starships to Mars, that I think is going to be the biggest challenge that SpaceX is going to face, is successfully landing Starship on the surface. The Chinese themselves, all this stuff is made in-house in China. There may be some components from other countries, but generally, here it comes. Yeah, I'm hoping folks are seeing it right now. Anybody in Australia, you should be able to get, if you have clear skies, you should be able to get a good view of it right now at this moment, facing towards the south. Or if it's the southwest, if you're further east in Australia, please check it out. Also, if you can film it, photograph it, whatever, then go to my Twitter site. Pardon me. Okay. Just more communication with my partner in crime here. But in any event, if you are in Australia, please check it out. Please take footage, photographs, etc., and go ahead and post that stuff on my Twitter if you want to. I would love it. Is it too far south to see? I don't know if it's if it's not directly overhead, that doesn't mean that you can't see it. It's still possible for you to be able to see it. So don't give up yet. If you have a clear field of vision, you may still be able to see it if you're facing in the right direction. Its elevation may be sufficient. Correct. All of Australia should be able to see it for about 10 minutes. So, like I say, if you're in Australia, if you got clear skies and you can see them, and it's bright, this thing is going to be very bright at its current altitude. So, run out, go check it out. It should be an amazing thing to see indeed. The system, unfortunately, my partner's away from keyboard at the moment, and the system just updated itself automatically, which means we just lost tracking on our view of the but okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. No problem. So we are. Would some controlled reentry have any effect on the size of the debris, or is that just to guarantee a safe crash site? That's just to guarantee a safe crash site. Essentially, if you do a controlled reentry, then it will spread the debris over a large area, but nevertheless, it will be relatively safe. And once again, we have that. I do apologize, guys, and thank you very much to my moderators for zapping this spam that we occasionally get showing up here. That makes me angrier than just about anything is spam. But once again, Australia, head outside, face to the south, and you should be able to see it as of right now, regardless of where you are. Seeing their own minerals zoom by. It's true. This thing could be comprised of Australian metals of various kinds. Thank you very much, Anton Nim. Thank you so much for banning and reporting that spam. Really do appreciate it. Very kind of you indeed. Okay. We have a lot of people watching who were around when Skylab fell. That's pretty cool. It said, "Thanks very very much indeed for those of you those who are helping out, and those who joining who were around in the 1970s to see the whole Skylab thing take place. That was very very disconcerting to say the least at the time." But right now, just checking for those of you who are in Australia. Once again, it's getting placed all right directly over southern Australia right now, and just about to pass over eastern Australia within the next few minutes. Once again, if you are in Australia, right now we've just placed it. It keeps updating itself. That's the problem. The app that we're using continues to update itself on a regular basis, and so it keeps shifting the perspective. But we will get to work on it here in a little bit once my partner gets back in Yorkshire. He's the guy who handles a lot of this stuff for us. And by the way, he's working continuously on this to give you as good of a view as possible of this map that continues to update every few minutes and then resets. And then he has to adjust it in order to give you guys a better perspective. But it does give us very accurate information indeed. I am visiting the United Kingdom next month. I will be there on not next month, but September 2nd. So a little over a month away. Once again, a booster still passing over the nighttime skies of Australia. I hope you guys get to see it. How much do you think a space elevator would cost for the moon? I'm thinking maybe $5 billion, based on an article that I read. And by the way, I did a video. I just released it yesterday about a lunar space elevator and a Martian space elevator. A lot of new information about that, a lot of new materials that we can use, etc., in order to make this make this possible, make a space elevator a feasible thing on Mars and the moon, but not here. Not here, indeed. And the price has dropped off tremendously compared to what it used to be. Once again, if you check out my latest video that I created about a space elevator or a lunar space elevator, it has an article linked in the description that provides a great deal of detail. The price is not nearly what it used to be. Straight up almost for my friends in South Australia. Is NASA going to use reusability? Certainly hope so. Right now, though, I doubt it, because what they did is they just handed a consolidated contract for SLS over to Boeing and to not McDonnell Douglas. I forget the other one of the big guys. But in any event, it's a consolidated space flight company comprised of those two big boy companies, and somehow they're supposed to cut the price in half. Right. Sure. Uh-huh. Let's make a new SLS and somehow do it for half the price. I really doubt it. I really doubt that that's going to happen. Oh, cloudy in South Australia. I'm so sorry. That's unfortunate. Uh, but in any event, for those of you who don't have overcast skies in Australia, boy, a magnificent view of this booster. This is the positive side of what's happening today, is the fact that you get to see something pretty cool, pretty unique, that you don't get to see every day. Yeah, SpaceX would definitely be a good company to rebuild SLS and include reusability. Instead, they're just bringing in the old boys network and somehow thinking that they're. And by the way, I'm going to make a video about that too. About somehow they think that they're going to be able to create a SLS for half the price using the same companies. Whatever. I'll believe it when I see it. We'll take it from there. Splashed down on the west end of the Indian Ocean. That's pretty close to where it splashed down the last time, the last booster. So maybe indeed 570 plus watching. Wow. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. You guys are fantastic. Once again, please please subscribe. Thank you so much for joining us. Once again, this is being provided ad-free coverage today. A lot of folks have been jumping in with super chats on this, and it's been hugely beneficial to this channel. I will be providing coverage for a lot of stuff very soon. A month in the UK touring all kinds of European spaceflight companies, also coverage of Artemis 1 and coverage of the orbital Starship launch big stuff coming indeed. Yeah, Phobos was doomed to be dismantled for manufacturing purposes. Yes, that was something that was, I didn't even know that that was the case until I watched that little video that was created about that issue. The fact that a Martian space elevator would be put at risk by Phobos because Phobos orbits multiple times per day, and so would put a space elevator at risk. However, if you just shift it out of the way, then it takes care of the problems. Carbon nanotubes are no longer a necessity for, at least not for a lunar space elevator or for a Mars based space elevator. We don't need more breakthroughs in carbon nanotubes in order to be able to build that. There's a number of other alternate materials that might be possible. Okay, and the centrifugal force from a space elevator is not tremendously high, but it is sufficient in order to achieve escape velocity from Mars, depending on where you put it. Put the terminal point, rather, of the space elevator. Another advantage, by the way, dock Starship with the space elevator, take the cargo, personnel, whatever down, cargo, personnel goes back up to Starship, and then you use centrifugal force to launch Starship on escape velocity without the use of any fuel. Awesome benefit to a space elevator. One of many. But check out that video if you like. I just released it yesterday. Does it have lights? No, no flashing lights or anything like that. However, tumbling might give it sort of a strange effect. Not really so sure about that. But in any event, it has completed its pass over Australia. I certainly hope that some of you guys got to see it. Interesting stuff indeed, but pretty much passed right over the continent, also passed over a good chunk of North America. Who knows? It might just get to the West Coast before sunrise, and you might get, folks in California might get another opportunity to see it. Hard to say, hard to say for sure. But as of right now, it is currently climbing again, obviously during the course of its orbital process, and then it'll be coming back down again, and which is of course the pattern of a decaying orbit. For those doubters out there, thought Angry could only keep a monologue for normal half hour. Yeah, I'm afraid I do have a big mouth, and I can talk for a long damn time about space flight. I can definitely keep that going. So, in any event, I hope some of you folks in Australia got a chance to see that. Definitely cool indeed. Kevlar like, yes, for the moon would be sufficient. Actually, for Mars, it is as well. There's an article that was written about that particular issue, although not as easy, but there are better substances than Kevlar that are out these days. Neat stuff, indeed. A space elevator to Phobos. The problem with a space elevator to Phobos is Phobos orbits Mars faster than Mars rotates. So a space elevator to Phobos would actually be a skyhook. There would be a platform orbiting at high, perhaps at suborbital altitude or something along those lines in the Martian atmosphere. And then you would need to rendezvous with that in order to make use of a space elevator that was connected to Phobos. It could be done, but it would be a skyhook, not a space elevator. Yes, once again, this is really irresponsible of the Chinese. Yep, I've been talking about this a lot over and over again during the course of this coverage. It's what makes me the angriest of all. Even though I love the fact that you guys have all joined me today, you guys have been fantastic to talk to. I wish I didn't have to do this coverage. I wish that, but this is newsworthy. It's important that we do cover it because this is a negative side of space flight when it's handled irresponsibly. And that's what's happening at the moment, is the fact that the entire planet is put at risk by something like this. We have no idea still where this damn thing is going to come down. It's still quite possible that it could come down over a populated area. And if it does, the consequences are going to be significant. This didn't have to be. We didn't have to do things this way, but well, China didn't rather, but that's what they chose to do, and it is grossly irresponsible. And it's not that they're technically incapable of doing it. They're just choosing not to. Once again, going back to Discord, just to see if we have some questions there. Uh, let's see. Will this be another a Skylab crash in Australia? That's a question that just came in on Discord on your Ask Your Questions with Text. No, it will not be. It seems very unlikely. It appears that the final orbital path that this booster takes is going to be clear of Australia. So no, it won't. There will be no debris over the continent of or the nation of Australia. Obviously, this will not be a repeat of Skylab. It could be. It could be. You can build two space elevators that are connected at the top that spans Phobos. Yep, there are many ways to do this. And really, I think that now is the time to seriously look at it because landing on Mars is very difficult. Very difficult because of the very, very thin atmosphere. So, this is a time for us to start looking for alternative ways of setting down. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to, will not come down over Russia, according to current projections. Have you discussed the parts of the Dragon trunk that crashed in Australia? No, I haven't actually. And yes, there are indeed things that come down from everybody's launch. That does happen, but all of that is accidental. That's a different issue. That's a totally different issue. Aussie Jeep, if you want to join me on Discord, you can post if you have anything to post. You can post it there as well, and I'll put it on Twitter for you. I'm interested, by the way. Has anybody been posting their stuff on my Twitter? That would be kind of cool if they have. Let's have a look here. Doesn't appear that way. Bummer. We don't have any, or at least not that I can see right now. No replies with any sort of footage of the booster. I'm sure it's there somewhere. I'm sure people are catching it somewhere. If you do have any footage, feel free to put it on my Twitter. And thanks very much. Watching from Jamaica. Thank you very much for joining us. Really do appreciate it. I don't think I've ever spoken to a viewer from Jamaica, so thanks a lot for joining us today. All right, so we are up to 165 kilometers as the booster continues to climb, although not as much as it did on the last orbit, and that's just the reality of what we're facing right now. Is It's a decaying orbit. It's coming down soon. Within, let's see if we have any new updates, by the way, as to when it's projected. The Aerospace Corporation. This was as of an hour ago. Um, the current track again is still the same 17:15 UTC or 2:15 two no is that two yeah, 2:15 Eastern Standard Time, plus or minus 1 hour, is when it appears that it's going to be breaking up and re-entering, is what they're currently projecting. Once again, all of this can change. All of this can change at any time. So we'll see how things go in that regard. And I do apologize. It's actually 1:15 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Henry. Deeply appreciate your support. Thank you so much. In terms of amount of miles, it's actually a bit less than that. Its current altitude in kilometers, if it reaches 100 kilometers or so, it's definitely burning up at that point. Maybe 40 miles, but once again, it's at the top of its orbital path right now. It's going to descend a lot more on this orbital path, so it's actually a lot closer. It is in the atmosphere right now, just to be clear, it is currently in our atmosphere. It's one of the things that's causing it to it's one of the things that's causing the orbit to decay, is the fact that it's present in our atmosphere, but very, very thin, obviously, at that altitude. And as time goes on and as the atmosphere gets more dense, this thing will definitely burn up. It has no heat shield of any kind, but it is very big. And that's what's going to allow it, so much of it, to survive the reentry. Once again, anywhere from 4 to 8,000 kilograms worth of debris is going to come down, and not in one spot either. And that's how much of it that's going to survive. That's how much will make it to the ground. Between 4 to 8,000 kilometers worth of debris, descending anywhere from 250 to 300 kilometers per hour. Very, very disturbing. I don't know if that question. The Japanese did do a prototype space elevator in orbit, where they had a climber move up and down on the tether. So they proved that it's possible. I don't know where we're going from that. One thing I do know is that a space elevator from Earth is still impractical and pretty much beyond our current technological capabilities, but we definitely can do one from the moon, and we can definitely do one to Mars. That is within our current technology right now. An orbital ring might be more useful. That's true. Pretty ambitious thing, but nevertheless. Could not see it as it passed over. A bit of patchy cloud. Ah, bummer, Mike. I'm sorry to hear that. And yeah, Anton just made a comment about the double crater impact. Once again, we think it's a Chinese rocket, but China is denying that. And for it to be a double crater, that was very interesting. I actually released a video on the topic with my own theory as to why that happened. Feel free to check it out. It came out about 2 weeks ago, I guess, something along those lines, but a pretty recent video in my collection. Um, all right, let's continue with. Oh, saw somebody posting on Discord. Doggone it. Get myself distracted sometimes. Just about to hit the. I think this thing's going to make it to the west coast of the United States before sunrise. So it's very possible that you guys may get another view. Okay, so here, oh, we have a posting. Let's see here. This was an answer to a question, actually. I'm sorry. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Endangered Species Act mitigation consultations. That's about Starship, right? And what's going on with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in regards to excuse me, in regards to environmental concerns with Starship. Yeah, I'd definitely like to research that a bit more. This is certainly not over everything that's going on with Starship. Starship still does not have a launch license from the FAA yet, so there's still things going, but definitely a big step was cleared with the PEA, but there are still things that need to happen. Got a real good view of it. Hard to miss a big orange fireball. Very interesting. Well, it's probably very, very bright given how close it is and given how big it is. Will China ever change their policies on these types of hazards? In my opinion, no, unless they have a reason to. And they need to have, and unfortunately, the only thing that's going to be a compelling reason is if one of these comes down and causes damage or kills somebody or injures someone. And that is the wrong reason to change policies. But that could indeed happen. Yes, it could land near Mexico. That is very possible. That could very, and also keep in mind, there's once it starts to break up, the debris is going to scatter. It's going to spread, which means it could end up in west. Some of it may end up in western Mexico as well. So yeah, a just disturbing stuff, indeed. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, John. 1182. Yeah, you could have seen it if you'd had clear skies, but it's coming your way again. Looks like it's going to make another pass over Australia. So who knows? You may get another chance. Um, let's say, well, we'll see here. We don't know if it's going to splash down safely. We just don't know. That's my point. And the reason why I'm covering this is the fact that we don't know if it's going to splash down safely. On its current trajectory, it probably will, but it might not. And this was avoidable. This is an avoidable scenario. But instead, China chose to just let it do an uncontrolled reentry and hope for the best. It's irresponsible. It's just irresponsible. And it's one of the reasons why I'm covering this as thoroughly as I am. There's just a reason for doing it. Estimate for Starship, maiden flight, who knows? We hear August, September, that sort of thing, but I really feel that there's still a lot of things that Starship needs to go through. A 33 engine static fire alone is going to be very, very problematic. I think that that will be a difficult thing indeed. And yes, I agree with you, Michael. It is shameful. It is. I mean, they don't have to be doing things this way, and yet they are. I mean, Russia recently had an accident with their Angara rocket. It failed, and there was an uncontrolled reentry. It happened in January, but that's a mistake. That's an accident. That's different than intentionally deciding that you're going to put people at risk. That is very, very different. Um, so yeah, hey, I'm glad somebody in Australia got to see it. Cool stuff. I'm sure that lots of people got to see it, but we'll see. I think we'll have another opportunity in Australia soon. Hello, back to Bristol. I'm going to be in your neck of the woods in a little over a month, so I'm kind of excited rather about that. The booster, the Long March 5B booster, now closing in on the west coast of the United States, where the sun has still not come up. So for those of you who are in on the west coast of the US, those of you, it's going to pass right over San Francisco, it looks like, or very close to it. So anybody who's in that region, it will be a direct overhead pass. And even if you're not, if you're on the west coast of Canada, or if you're further south in LA, you just face south, face north, whatever, and you will be able to see it. And it is coming in very fast and furious towards the west coast of the U.S. So yeah, I think you'll get a pretty damn good view of this thing. Could be very, very interesting. And yeah, it may have been described as a fireball, but it may have just been simply something that was really bright. People see things and they describe it as one thing, but it could have ended as something else. And the reason it's going up right now is because of the orbital path. The orbital path, it's an ellipse, so part of it takes it to a higher altitude, and then it drops back down to a lower altitude as it reaches the other side of the ellipse. It's the nature of orbits, and with every single pass, the net result is two drops and drops and drops until ultimately it comes down. Shooting it down over the sea would be very challenging indeed. You could hit it, but at the same time, it would create a massive cloud of debris. And who knows how much of it would come down immediately, how much of it would be blown into a higher orbit and then come down later. The US Space Force has made comments about this solution in the past, and they have stated very decisively that it would make things far more dangerous. Once again, sorry about the spam stuff, guys. These guys seem to be really do appreciate that, Anton Nim. Thank you so much for being such a solid mediator for this for this chat. You're awesome. Thank you so much for everything. All right. Yes, we are banning and we are reporting this as it comes in. It's This is the first time I've really chatted for this long, done this lengthy of a coverage, and yeah, we've you're just going to attract that stuff every now and then. I was told that anything that goes after an hour and you start getting bots. Yes, something traveling at 7.8 kilometers per second, that would be very difficult as well, especially if it's not coming in on a predictable path. So, yeah, a lot of challenges with trying to shoot this thing down. But once again, the U.S. Space Force, during the last booster reentry last year, made it very clear that they couldn't do it, or that if they did, it would just simply make it more dangerous. So, closing in on the west coast of the U.S. very rapidly. And once again, the sun has not yet come up. It's 5:39 out on the west coast. For those of you who are there, there is those of you who happen to be watching at the moment in LA, in from the west coast of Canada, or San Francisco, especially, it's going to go straight over San Francisco, and also it looks like Sacramento, that sort of area. Should be a pretty cool view. No, it is not the final pass, Randy, but it will be the final pass that's visible at night in North America. Um, so yeah, Bruden 62. Hello. Thanks for joining. Really do appreciate you coming on board. All right, once again, let me check Discord, see if we have any. Nope, no other comments there. If you are on Discord, feel free to ask your questions with text there if you would like to do that. So once again, full coverage of the Long March 5B booster re entering our atmosphere, going to break up at some random location, being brought to you ad free. Thank you very much, everybody who's been doing these generous super chats, because this is what makes programs like this possible. So, thank you so much. And not only this, but also everything coming up on this channel, my coverage of Artemis 1, my coverage of European space flight, my coverage of the orbital Starship flight. All of that is made possible because of you guys' generous support. So thank you so much for that. Estimated time. Let's see if that's changed real quick. I'm going to Okay, there's a link that's posted in the chat at the top where you can have a look at it if you like. Just out of my own interest, I'm going to go ahead and have a look and see if they've posted anything new at the Aerospace Corporation. As of 1 hour ago, they announced that they were looking at an impact time of 17:15 UTC, which is 1:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with plus or minus 1 hour for plus or minus 1 hour margin of error, which means that it could crash just about anywhere right now. Infinite Space, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Interesting, Greg, that they're showing reentry at a very radically different time. And that's from the Aerospace Corporation that I got mine, but there are differences of opinion. I'm checking another source. There are actually three different sources that report on this stuff. The AeroCorp, as I talked about, the U.S. Space Force, and then the European Union has their own tracking system, which is a little bit different than the other two. So it is possible. What's my background? I the Where I got my space flight. I should say where I got my start in space flight was from my uncle. My uncle worked for NASA for the vast majority of his professional career, all the way from the beginning of the Apollo era, all the way until close to the end of the shuttle program. So he was at Cape Canaveral for a very, very long time. I got to see a lot of launches up close and personal, including the maiden flight of the Challenger, which was an amazing thing indeed to see. So that was some exciting stuff. So that's where I got some of my background in spaceflight. I didn't go to school for it. I'm a history major. I went to the University of Colorado. However, as a lot of you know, University of Colorado, they do a lot of spaceflight and space science related stuff there. So I had many colleagues that I went to school with who I definitely discussed astronomy with in depth. But since that time, it's a lot of self-taught, a lot of reading, also a lot of help from my fellow viewers to give me, a perspective on, our spaceflight program, on what's wasteful, on, the way things that just make me angry about spaceflight. And then the things that I find to be encouraging, the things that I find to be innovative, the things that I find to be exciting. You know, So I decided at some point that to bring this sort of unique vision of space flight to YouTube, to see that, hey, maybe people would like this sort of different take on space flight, and apparently they did. I've it's This channel's been way more successful than I ever imagined, and I'm so grateful to all of you. Please like, please subscribe, and wow, Aussie, thank you so much, Aussie Jeep Muscle, for your generous support. Yes, I will indeed keep this going, and once again, thanks so much for helping me out, because this coverage comes to you ad free today. So thanks a lot for helping me out. Doesn't the Colorado School of Mines have a special program for off-world mining? They do. It's interesting stuff. So I haven't actually, I didn't have much in the way of colleagues at the Colorado School of Mines, even though they were a highly respected organization in Colorado. I'd like to learn more about that, actually. Um, I don't know how many orbits remain. Let's see, calculating from where we are right now, I'm thinking three more, maybe four. That's what I'm calculating that we have right now. Anybody in the West Coast, on the West Coast of North America right now, should be able to see this thing, by the way. It's still nighttime in that region. So if you are on the West Coast or in Arizona or in Utah, any place where it's dark right now in North America prior to sunrise, you can still run outside and see it. And if you get any footage, please post it on my Twitter. Is there a way that you can alter the trajectory? Well, yeah, if the Chinese had actually planned for it, they could alter the trajectory very easily. But it would be very difficult for us to do it, or anybody else, especially since we don't have much time to do it. I mean, it was only a week ago that this thing deployed. It's the module for the Chinese space station, and it's already on its way back down. So, yes, notable non ocean: Malaysia, Philippines, bits of Mexico, large portion of South America. True. In addition to that, South Africa, the coastal cities of South Africa are theoretically at risk, simply because it's passing very close to the southern coast of Africa, and it's going to have a lot of spread on the debris. If it were to burn up right there, I'd be willing to bet that some of it would actually impact on the coast of South Africa. Yes, another guess for the Indian Ocean. We're getting a lot of those, and that's what happened the last time. Even though it was announced that the booster had impact just off the coast of Guam, that wasn't true. It actually hit the Indian Ocean. That shows the enormous amount of uncertainty that we have when it comes to these uncontrolled reentries. Even if you're off by 10 minutes, that's hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, sometimes thousands of kilometers, if you're off by just a few minutes in terms of when it's going to impact. So, not a good thing. Apogee and perigee changes on a regular basis, because of the decaying nature of the orbit. I believe it hit apogee just a little bit over 170 kilometers. But right now, directly over the western portion of the U.S., I hope somebody gets a chance to see it. Yes, it does have toxic fuels on board. To answer that question, no booster completely burns up every drop of fuel that it has remaining, and the Chinese do use toxic fuels in their. They don't have, it's not just hydrogen and oxygen like with SLS and the space shuttle. It is more potentially harmful than that. Hydrazine, yeah. So yeah, not fun stuff. So yeah, I mean, once again, is this safe? No. Is it likely to cause a problem? No, not likely at all. But it's certainly not safe, and something we should just definitely keep in mind. And once again, the pieces of space debris that are going to come down, the size of these fragments is nothing to be laughed at. We're talking we're talking anywhere from 20 to 30 meters in length, 4,000 to 8,000 kilograms worth of debris reaching the ground. That's not how heavy this thing is. This thing is actually well over 20 metric tons. It's 4,000 to 8,000 kilograms worth of debris will actually reach the ground, and not in one nice convenient spot, but all over the damn place, which is what gets me so pissed about all of this. It's dangerous. Come on, you can't slice this any other way. Will it probably hit the water? Yeah. Will it probably hit an unpopulated area? Yeah. But what if it broke up over a major city? It would spread debris all over the damn place, into the suburbs, the central part of the city, everywhere. Come on. I mean, let's who's fooling who here? It's dangerous, it's irresponsible, and it should not be reported in any other way, which is one of the big reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing today. But once again, delighted to talk to you guys about any other topics in regards to space flight. I'll be taking another break probably in about 20 minutes or so. Let's see, Grandpa Joe is okay. We have a list of action items. Interesting. This is from one of my supporters, maybe a recent angry advocate, actually. A list of punch down items that needs to be done on Starship before it can actually take flight. The PEA was not the last hurdle. There are still other things that needs to be done in regards to Starship before it actually gets a launch license. So yeah, if you guys want to see a video on that, I would be delighted to make a video about that. 2-1 lands near Ecuador. It could. It's going to be passing right over that area during its final orbital pass. So yeah, it's true. I mean, the People's Republic of China does have a history of causing a great deal of pain and suffering throughout their own country anyway, without caring too much about the world's reactions. Obviously, the things that are happening with the Uyghur right now, those atrocious crimes that are taking place with the Uyghur people, that the PRC is doing, that alone is worthy of extreme condemnation. But in any event, that's just the nature of things. And all we can hope is that their policies change at some point, that they really start to care a little bit more about how the world views them, as opposed to just respecting them because of their economic and military might. But hard to say, hard to say. Didn't think about the financial issue of wasting all those Raptors. Interesting. Yeah, I think somebody made a comment about that. Getting back to Starship, that is something that needs to be kept in mind. Any explosion of a booster on the pad is something that SpaceX really wants to avoid for a lot of just different reasons, not least of which is the loss of 33 Raptor 2s. That's an expensive launch indeed, or expensive loss, and it's something you want to avoid as much as possible. A space tether to slowly deorbit, that's true. And if we had those kinds of systems in orbit, it would change things pretty dramatically. Interesting. It is going to be passing over Australia again soon and at nighttime. So once again, Australia, you guys are going to get another chance of checking this thing out before it re-enters. Pretty cool. So keep your eyes open. Right now, of course, it's over the daylit portion of the planet, still theoretically visible at its current altitude, given how low and bright it is. But nevertheless, you're going to have a much better chance of seeing it at night. And it looks like it's going to pass over Australia again. Australia is getting an interesting opportunity here of getting to see this thing multiple times and yet not being in the damage path, at least currently. At least according to our current projections, we don't know how much Raptors cost. SpaceX is very guarded about the cost of their various components in Starship. One thing we do know is that Raptors are one of the most expensive elements of Starship. They're very sophisticated engines. They're not that easy to build, and they are pretty costly. So yeah, you don't want to lose 33 of those at the same time. Okay. Yeah, for those of you, I mean, it is daytime, so you probably won't see it if you're in the daylit area, but who knows? You might. It's very low and it is very bright. So who knows? You might be able to spot it. In Great Britain, everyone who would scrap metal boosters or anything metal. Um, And I'm looking forward to visiting you guys in the UK, by the way, to check all of that out. Opinions of Elon's recent revelations on Raptor 2, directions for Raptor 3. Is it reasonable to eliminate protective shrouds to reduce mass? I wish I knew more about that topic. I think that, we'll see it when we see it. I think that we'll see what the performance is like as a result when the tests start to take place. I mean, Raptor 2 has already had a nasty tendency of melting itself during tests. We are pushing chemical rockets to their limit right now. Raptor represents, an example of how we are pushing chemical rockets to their limit. And it's just going to get more difficult as time goes on. Um, yeah, that is true about the Merlin. And the Merlin has proven itself to be an incredibly reliable engine, a fantastic engine. However, we did many Falcon 9s were lost at the beginning of the process. Every time they tried to land it, obviously it would blow up and you'd lose 9 Merlins. Not too expensive, but nevertheless, a bit of an expense. Every time you crash a Starship booster, you're going to lose 33 Raptor 2s. That is a much, much more expensive investment indeed. Thanks very much, UK, awaiting my arrival. Really do appreciate it. So yeah, I think that needs to be a consideration for anybody for SpaceX as they continue with the testing process. The house in Spain, despite the really out there odds, a little worried my house gets hit. Not in Spain. You'll be fine in Spain. Michael says a projected reentry point has been updated to North Pacific near the Midway Islands. Interesting. Okay, thank you very much for that. Really do appreciate that update. Let me go ahead and check on that myself from a couple of sources that I tend to. Why are they not updating as often as I would like? Well, in any event, one thing we need to be clear on. Okay, here we go. Now, this is just something from the Today Show. Okay, Aerospace Corporation still has not given a solid location. If indeed we are looking for somewhere over the Midway Islands, again, any change in that pattern, in other words, if it enters 15 minutes earlier than we anticipated or 15 minutes later, that makes a difference of hundreds to thousands of kilometers, which means when we think it's going to hit somewhere off the Midway Islands, it actually hits somewhere in Malaysia, or it may hit somewhere in Mexico, if it's 15 minutes later than we anticipated. And it's very, very difficult to be precise about these things, even if you're only 30 minutes away from impact. And we saw that with the last reentry. It was reported, as I've mentioned a number of times now, that the booster had impacted just off the coast of Guam. That's how certain they were about it. They said they even gave a pretty precise location. Didn't crash anywhere near there. It actually crashed in the Indian Ocean, thousands of kilometers away from Guam. So it's very, very difficult with an uncontrolled reentry to determine with any sort of precision as to where something's going to end up. Hopefully, it does crash somewhere off of Midway. It's very unlikely that it's going to hit anything important unless, Midway Island obviously is a theoretical problem case. But other than that, it's probably not going to be an issue whatsoever. That would be one of the safest places for it to come down. But any any changes, any modifications whatsoever in this orbital path, and you are going to have a big change in things. By the way, thanks again to everybody who is tuned in right now. Please please subscribe. Let me check real quick. I want to see where we are in terms of subscribers. Wonder if we picked up any new viewers right now out of all of this. Yes, indeed, we have. Thank you very much. Whoa, €50. Thank you, Dr. Seth. Dear Lord, thank you. I really appreciate that. And cheers back to you. Danke sehr. I really, really appreciate that. That's what keeps this channel going, guys. Especially this content is ad free. So all of these super chats I've been receiving from you folks today makes all the difference in the world. I am deeply so grateful for this, just so grateful, really do appreciate that. Yeah, as far as you're right about that, Valerie, in terms of the Chinese space station itself, it is cool. It's very advanced, it's very slick. It's a neat space station, and I think they're going to be able to carry out some very amazing science on that. But the problem is, all of the accomplishments that this station is going to carry out is secondary right now. Instead, what's making the news at the moment, and for very good reason, is this particular problem with the booster. And that's just unfortunate. It's unnecessary, it's irresponsible, and it really pisses me off. Instead, we should be focused on all the awesome things that China is going to be able to accomplish on this space station. Just annoying. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. The recent coverage that I did of relativity space, a lot of cool stuff coming from relativity space. One thing I love about them is 100% reusability on the Terran R. Love that idea. It's kind of a mini starship. In addition to that, Tim Ellis, the CEO of that company, is just as enthusiastic about putting us on the red planet and colonizing the red planet as Elon Musk is. That's some cool stuff indeed. It is currently tumbling. It's probably going to stabilize soon, but it probably is tumbling right now. For to answer that quick question, lots of posts right now. Thank you so much. Really did do appreciate folks making folks who are making their comments, participating in this discussion as we get closer and closer to the time of impact. Right now, it is again descending, and yeah, China's lying about its space program. Yeah, I would say there's a possibility of that. Definitely. Remember, it's a military program. It's very unique in that regard. Russia's program is not military. Russia's program, the Soviet Union, even during that time, it was a civilian program. This is a military program, and that, by definition, makes it is a concerning factor. It makes it to where, implementing new types of military technologies, military weapons, etc., could become a very, very potent part of China's space program. Once again, we don't know that for certain, but I would say that there's a strong possibility. It's like saying Evil Knievel was safe. Good point, Martin. Good point. Never really know. Biofeedback monitor. You know what? We used to have that, Jim. We used to have an angry meter. Maybe we can go back to having that right now. Okay, so Long March 5B currently out over the South Atlantic, or close to the South Atlantic in any event, off the west coast of Africa, going to make a pass directly over South Africa. It looks like very shortly, but once again, during daylight, so we're probably not going to see a great deal. Viewers probably won't get a chance to see it. It's dropped under 150 kilometers. On this particular orbit, we'll probably see a few more. The Zond program was military. Yeah, there's plenty of military applications in any civilian space program. NASA put up lots of military missions, no question about it. But the difference is, if it's a military program by definition, that means that you don't have to have the military is going to have a very strong influence over the priorities that this space program has because it's a military program. That's what I have a problem with. And it is unique in that regard. Like I say, even the Soviets didn't do things that way. And I prefer civilian space programs to military space programs. Regarding the problems faced with Russia and ISS, common sense prevail, or will the ISS be reduced to a dud? I think that depends on whether or not Putin stays in charge. I really think that, the ISS is doomed if Putin remains in power. If he doesn't, then that's pretty much the end of it. I think the ISS will eventually become Irrelevant. Very irrelevant, unfortunately. In 6 minutes, I'm going to be taking another 10-minute break, just short to where you guys in Australia keep giving you guys another opportunity to watch. Hopefully, you'll get a chance to see it. We got more people signing on, by the way. Thanks, guys. We're getting close to 83,000 subscribers. Really do appreciate that. And once again, Anton Nim, thank you so much for protecting us from these damn spam bots. So about 6 minutes or so, I'm going to be taking. Well, you know what? I may actually take a break here at 9:05 my time, so in about a minute. Assuming that my partner in Yorkshire is what. Whoa! Thank you so much. Ephraim, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate your support from India. Delighted to have Indian support as well. You guys have a really neat space program that's going to be putting up some OneWeb satellites soon. That's some exciting stuff. So I do appreciate your support. And I actually did a video about that, about Indian private space flight putting up OneWeb satellites a couple of months ago. It is time for me to take my break. I'm going to take 10 minutes off at this point and come back just in time for the booster to make another pass over Australia. So I will see you in 10 minutes. Stay angry. Okay. Hello, everyone. Rejoining you. Okay. Thanks so much, everyone. Really do appreciate that that you folks have all been joining me. We've had hundreds of people at a time watching today, thousands. I've had a look at the views that have been coming across. It's unreal how many people have been tuning in. Really appreciate everybody's contribution here, and this is a huge thing today in terms of space flight, and not a positive one, obviously, but one that I think that is newsworthy and something that absolutely needs to be covered. Is there a problem with the volume? Just had a text saying that there's some issue, but I'm not sure. Um, okay. Okay. So in any event, just get my head back in the game here as the booster begins to approach Africa, and very soon it's going to be passing over Australia once again, and again in the nighttime, as Australia is cloaked in night, and folks will have an opportunity to see it if they want to. Yes, Sydney will get another view of it to answer your question. And if you're facing sort of northwest as it makes its pass, and I'll let you know when it's doing so. You will get a chance to see it, and it'll be at a low altitude and going pretty fast. So it should be an interesting thing to watch. Some people have had an opportunity to check it out. So thanks everyone for joining, and once again, time to get angry about space. Time once again to keep commenting about the gross level of irresponsibility that's been shown. I know I'm repeating myself, but perhaps for the benefit of some of the newer folks who are joining right now, of the Chinese Space Agency and how they've handled this. There are many ways that they could have done this responsibly, done it in a manner to where nobody would have a reason to cover this. But no, no, and for reasons that we can't even begin to understand, save money, maybe something like that, so they have to put less in the way of equipment, or ancillary boosters or something in, or engines inside the booster to maneuver it. Hard to say. All we know is that they just decided to go ahead and do things the same way that they did it the last time, and roll the dice with the population of the planet. And sure, most probably nobody will get hurt, but what happens if they do this time? It will be a major international incident for no good reason whatsoever. And that is annoying as hell. Great, Phil. Oh, you tried to film it. Yeah, thanks. Have a. I'm glad you got a chance to look at it the last time. I'm a little jealous of you guys who are getting an opportunity to see it. Like I say, I'm in the middle of daylight and will be up to the point to where it impacts. So I won't be seeing it at all. But probably hopefully get some good views of it from you folks. Could be pretty neat indeed. Ecuador is a possibility, but right now they're saying in the Pacific, not surprising, somewhere close to midway is what some people are saying. But once again, we really don't know that. We just don't know. So yes, Australia is indeed huge, but nevertheless, depending on the altitude, the area that you can get a view of this thing is also huge. I would say that there's a decent chance that you could still see it from Sydney when it makes its pass, but we'll see. It wouldn't be directly overhead, obviously, but at the same time, like I say, when I checked on when it passed, for example, past my area in South Carolina, it didn't pass directly overhead, not even close, but it was still visible within about 30 degrees from the horizon. So it is a possibility, but nevertheless, yeah, it'll certainly be challenging. Depending if this next pass is not going to be going over, as it'll be going over Darwin, pretty much straight over Darwin from what I can see. So if anybody's in Darwin right now watching this, you could have a great opportunity to spot it. So the altitude will increase for those of you who have noticed that. Um, out, boy, I'll tell you, I'm losing my ability to speak right now. Any sort of orbit is always elliptical. And so, therefore, you're always going to have a period of time when it's descending and another time when the altitude is increasing. But with every orbital pass, this thing is decaying, its altitude is decreasing net. But there's always going to be periods of time when the altitude is increasing and then decreasing. So yeah, it's just part of an elliptical orbital path, and that's kind of how the way it works out. The angle will be 2 degrees above the horizon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, no way Sydney can see it on this path. I do apologize for that. Very sad indeed that's the case. I know that there was another one that happened on the last pass that was a lot closer to Sydney, but not sure. On this one, yeah, I would say you're probably right. So west coast of Australia, and then directly over Darwin. And Western Australia, I think part of it might get an opportunity. So we shall see. We shall see. Um, like I say, it's worth checking out. It's worth having a look at. Let me have a look here. I wonder if I can change the location on this tracker and see what the possibilities would be. Hold on for a moment. I'm going to see heavens above. Yeah, check heavens above, and it will give you, based on your location, what the angle is going to be. The heavens above app. And then it will, obviously, if it's on your cell phone, it will track your current location, and then as it makes its pass, then it will tell you what angle you have to be observing and what direction you need to be facing in order to be able to see it. And yeah, passing over South Africa right now, obviously in the middle of the day, so not nearly as interesting, but we're getting an idea of what we're going to be looking at with this booster here during re-entry time. On its final pass, at least projected right now, it's going to be passing just south of the coast of Africa, but just off the coast. So if the booster were to burn up right there, in theory, the debris is going to scatter. It's not going to all fall nicely into one path. So as a result, theoretically, part of South Africa could be at risk. Hopefully that is not the case. So it's crossing Western Australia just north of Perth. Okay, so anybody, I know some folks were watching from Perth is on this during at the beginning of this conversation. So who knows? You certainly might be able to have a look at it, and certainly over Darwin as well. Um, Hey, I appreciate you guys. You went and checked it out in West Virginia. You know what? It's a pretty state regardless. So I always love driving through West Virginia. Beautiful, beautiful state. The exponential orbital decay, once it hits about 100 kilometers or so, somewhere in that region, depending on the atmosphere and also the speed of the object, all of those things come into play as to when the burnup starts to take place. It is less actually about atmosphere than it is about speed. The faster it's going, the higher up it can be, or the higher the altitude is to where the burnup process begins. Now, all of this has been taken into account from the various people who have been tracking this and projecting its reentry. However, there are differences of opinion between multiple sources that are tracking this stuff right now. And some of my favorite sources are not posting, which is a little irritating. The Aerospace Corporation is one. They only posted something 36 minutes ago, and they really aren't talking a great deal about a projected location. We'll get it soon though. As we get closer to the time of impact, time of burnup, we're going to get a much closer approximation. Once again, unconfirmed impact point someplace in the Pacific near Midway Island, but once again, that is highly unlikely. If you are in Perth, your chance to see it is really, really good if you have clear skies, and it's going to be passing over your area probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. If you want to keep watching, I'll let you know when it's coming really close, but check that tracker if you wish. It will pass directly over, or fairly close actually, to directly over Perth within the next 10 minutes or so. So very exciting, I would think, for you. I hope you get an opportunity to see it. But it should be very close indeed. Um, so don't miss it. And also, if you're able to take some footage or take some photographs, please post that stuff on my Twitter. I would love to see it. I would love to see it indeed. About 60 orbits per one cycle. Actually, it's not a huge difference between this and the ISS. The ISS is only about 450 kilometers up, and this is about 150 kilometers up. The orbital time frame between those two, it's still theoretically low Earth orbit. It falls within that general category. So the orbital time frame is not hugely different between this and the ISS. There is a difference, obviously, but not gigantic, as opposed to a geosynchronous orbit, for example. The orbital time frame for this booster is similar to the ISS. Obviously, a little bit faster, but not tremendously. Thanks, Trent. I appreciate that. Yes, 90 minutes. One orbit, 90 minutes was for the space station, and we have roughly the same thing. Yes, the UK is indeed safe. That is correct indeed. Midway. Delivered attack. I'm sure nobody will be able to interpret it that way, but yes, the U.S. Continues, I think, to have military presence in Midway. Highly unlikely that anything's going to come down on something that small, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mentioned a material for the tether. Xylon is one of them, and it'll take me a minute, but I'd be happy to look up the name of another. Oh, wow! And I got a new Patreon member. Thank you, Kurt Eckerstrom. Thank you so much for joining. Really do appreciate that. And let me have a look here, and I will get you the various materials that are being proposed for a space elevator. Bear with me for just a moment here. The lunar space elevator. Okay. By the way, it is linked in the description if you are interested in that. Let's have a look here. Okay, come on. There we are. All right, I'm looking for these materials, available materials. Okay, here are the ones. Now, Kevlar was originally looked at, but the ones that have come out since then that are more useful is called T1000, which is a trademarked material, Dyneema, which is another trademarked material, and Magellan M5, also trademarked, and finally Xylon. Those four materials are very affordable and within our current technological capabilities, and certainly usable for a lunar space elevator, not for an earthbound space elevator. Just to be clear, earthbound space elevators are going to require all kinds of technological breakthroughs before we can make that happen. But nevertheless, it's going to make a nevertheless, these materials make a space elevator from the moon or also from Mars. They make a big difference. So yeah, no problem, Anton. More than happy. Trent, you can go ahead, check just look up Angry Astronaut on Twitter, and you will see my most recent post. Just follow me on Twitter, and my most recent posts about the Long March boost. Just reply to that thread, and just go ahead and post your stuff there, and I'd be delighted to check it out. Cool stuff indeed. So, and we are getting close to that time, by the way. It's closing in on the west coast of Australia, just a few minutes away from making that pass. It is just about to pass into night on our planet. And once again, still descending. That's a better look there for you. Yeah, very pretty precise pass actually over Western Australia, southwestern, obviously, but really close to Perth. I think it should be pretty cool indeed. Yeah, you're right. I think, well, just like an elevator, you look at like a normal elevator. All right. With a normal elevator, obviously, if you have a cable cut, there's going to be some serious issues. But there are ways to, ways to ways to implement safety, safety restrictions, or rather, you just put in additional tethers, for example, two or three of them, from different locations that may be separated by a kilometer or two on the surface of the planet. For example, a lunar space elevator, once you anchor it at the equator, in theory, you can also send out another tendril from the central anchor point of the space elevator all the way to the lunar South Pole, and then ship it from there. So there's some really interesting stuff that can be done with a space elevator. And if you put it out, if it's a lunar space elevator at Lagrange point 1, it's a very stable location. 630 people watching blows my mind. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in, especially those who have hung in here for all this time. You guys are awesome. Really do appreciate it. Thanks. Please please subscribe. And also, a lot of you folks have been pitching in on the super chat side. Thanks so much, because this is coming to you ad free today. So, and all this content is supported exclusively by you guys, and you've been awesome. You've been awesome in your support. So thanks so much. Thanks so much. There's option to get rid of Phobos. You know what? Nicht sicher, or not sure, I think is the translation for that. I would say that it's not a good option. Phobos is useful for a lot of different purposes. It's a perfect refueling station, for example. We suspect that Phobos is comprised of the same types of substances as a C-class asteroid. Therefore, lots of carbon, also lots of water ice, which means that you can manufacture fuel at Phobos and establish a refueling station at Phobos. So, in my opinion, you really need to have Phobos still there. I think that the Martian space elevator safety precautions can be put into place in order to make that a lot safer. Carbon nanotubes, graphene will work just fine. Luna and Mars, not so much of it around Earth through atomic oxygen, turning it into CO2. Yeah, anything on Earth is just a big problem. Any space elevator from Earth is going to be a significant challenge. Not saying it's impossible, it's just a lot tougher. But from the moon and from Mars, it can really simplify things in a lot of respects, especially if we're talking about lots of transferring lots of cargo down to the Martian surface or passengers safely. Really quickly, also checking out on the chat to see if anything else has been put on there as well. Any folks who are Yes, well, it looks like a lot of memes and that sort of thing has been popped up. Oh dear. At one point, we had 666 people watching. Ah! So, in any event, if those of you who are supporters of mine, angry advocates on Discord, feel free to post there as well. You're right, Jason. You're right about the Earth elevator. Virtually impossible. The density of the atmosphere, Earth's gravity, and also all that damn space junk. It's really tough. It's really, really difficult in order to be able to do that. The moon and Mars, a lot easier, and something we should really seriously consider, especially since landing large payloads on the surface of Mars is going to be beyond difficult. As I've talked about before, terminal velocity in the Martian atmosphere is very, very high, about 1,000 kilometers per hour, or quadruple the speed of terminal velocity here on Earth. Trying to do that Starship last second pull up, as I call it, the Starship suicide dive on Mars, is going to be beyond challenging. I would say that it's doable for cargo. It would have about maybe a 95, 96% success rate. But for humans, I don't think we're ever going to get it to 99.9% or something like that. I really don't think that the current strategy for landing Starship on Mars is really going to be doable with people and to make it safe. As a result, I think we need to be looking for other alternatives, the space elevator being one of them. Let's see. The dynamics will be the big issue with it. Yeah, I think there are many. Like I say, I've linked that paper in the description, very in depth, and it talks a lot about potential challenges. For Earth elevator, why not build a pyramid 300 kilometers a base and height? Doesn't need to go geostationary. Well, it kind of, yeah, that's true. If it was that high, it wouldn't need to go geostationary. But my God, I can't believe it's a structure that huge. That would be challenging beyond belief. But maybe, I always like to hear new ideas to make an Earth space elevator. If somebody could actually figure that one out, it would be an amazing thing indeed. One pointer, a space elevator from Earth to space would just grow exponentially to be structurally feasible and would be impossible. Yeah. I mean, it's really tough. From Earth, there's just so many factors that make it very difficult indeed. Mass drivers compared to a moon space elevator, very similar. Mass drivers, I think, have lots and lots of positive aspects to them. But the one problem with mass drivers, of course, is for human passengers. The G forces that you require for a mass driver to send payloads to escape velocity from the moon is very difficult, and would be a difficult thing to endure for human passengers. Whereas a lunar space elevator would go a very, very slow, comfortable speed. Maybe 1 kilometer per second, something along those lines. That would get to Lagrange point one in about 17 hours. So yeah, there are advantages to a space elevator and human passengers versus a mass driver. But a mass driver would probably be easier to build in many respects. Okay, once again, getting close to Australia. Those of you in the Perth region, get ready because this is coming really close. Not long at all before we're going to have a pass over Western Australia and also pretty much directly over Darwin. So anybody in Western Australia, keep your eyes on the skies. And also, please take photos, please take footage, and post them on my Twitter. Pretty cool stuff. Yes, I agree with you there, Anton. The fuel depot on Phobos to service orbiting craft, a very good idea, something that we really should do. Oh, Trent's got some images to send me. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Let me see. Maybe you've already posted them in the time that I've been here, but that should be pretty cool. I'm gonna look here. Not posted yet that I can see. Let me check real quick and see if anybody. Nope, not yet, but we will have some soon, hopefully. Looking forward to it. Very close to Western Australia, so I can't wait to see what you hope happen to film. I really hope you're able to catch it. Fully overcast in Melbourne. Sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. Yeah, not a. It's like I say, it can be difficult nights. One night when we had that red moon eclipse recently, just a few weeks ago, everything was overcast. I thought we were screwed, and then all of a sudden, I got up at midnight, went out, and the clouds had parted almost miraculously here in South Carolina. I drug my son out of bed, went out, trained the telescope on it, all that. It was amazing. My God, just looking at it through the scope. I mean, just looking at it with the naked eye was amazing, but through the telescope was astonishing. Just blew my mind. Very, very beautiful sight. Really made me made me feel lucky. Make me feel lucky to be alive. That's for sure. Really cool experience. Once again, getting even closer to Western Australia. Brent, thank you so much. The altitude is increasing because of the nature of an orbital path. An orbit is always an ellipse. And so, therefore, at certain times, no matter whether, even if you have a decaying orbit, there's going to be periods where the orbit goes up and then a period where the orbit goes back down. However, the net result of a decaying orbit is a decrease in altitude overall. Right now, it's going back up, but the ellipse ultimately will take it back down. So that's just how most orbits tend to work, just about all of them, actually. Clear skies in Peru, if anybody happens to be, or in Perth, rather. Excellent. Well, getting close. Man, we are super close. You might want to head outside, actually, face west and get ready for close to an overhead pass, maybe slightly to the north. Not sure exactly where it's going to be passing versus Perth, but super close. Should be pretty neat. Programmable matter for future space missions. Yeah, well, they've talked about that a lot. These self-replicating probes, for example. To be honest, I mean, I have to talk about my own personal opinions. I think that we have a Van Neumann probe sitting somewhere in our own solar system. Something like that would be virtually impossible to detect, for us to detect if it was hiding and just keeping an eye on it. On us, I have a feeling that in all the millions of years that there's been an opportunity for other civilizations to send something our way, I think we probably do have a Van Neumann probe sitting somewhere in the solar system. May take forever for us to find it, may not be the same as 2001 A Space Odyssey, but I think there's a good chance that it's probably there. And could be more than one. There could be several from different species watching us. Little disconcerting to think that we're being watched right now, but I think it's very likely. If there are intelligent species capable of interstellar exploration, I would say that there's no reason for them not to do it. It's something we're already talking about doing with our current technology. Think about a civilization millions of years more advanced. They certainly would be able to do it. Almost over Australia. Boy, just really close right now. So hopefully our viewers in Perth are going to get a good view. Should be visible for just a few minutes. So get ready for your the pass over Western Australia. Also, just Western Australia in general, I think will have a good opportunity up to Northern Australia. Anybody who happens to be in Darwin, if there is anybody watching who's in Darwin, I would say that's going to go almost directly overhead. So that should be pretty exciting. Like I say, I'm a bit envious getting close to it. Maybe Australia can, instead of an elevator, Australia can have an extension ladder from Home Depot. All right. Yes. And like I say, for as far as Earth space elevators are concerned, I agree. I don't think it's really doable. But I do believe that Mars and that for Mars and the moon, it's certainly possible. Where can Starship take us beside the moon and Mars? Venus might be another possibility if we establish a floating colony in the upper clouds of Venus where it has, manageable temperatures and that sort of thing. That might be one possibility. Beyond that, it's going to be tough. Going anywhere further than that, at least with a crew on board, you're talking a very long transition time, unless Starship starts making use of more advanced and sophisticated forms of propulsion. In other words, nuclear propulsion. If you do that, it brings Jupiter, it brings the asteroid belt within reasonable reach. But if you're talking 2.5 years one way, that's just way too far for humans to have to endure. Going over Perth right now. Okay. But yes, Jupiter's moons, the outer moons. Okay. So passing over Australia at this moment, Western Australia. I hope people are getting a good view of it. Like I say, I am envious passing directly over it. Delta V requirements for anything from Venus to Jupiter should not be a problem. Yeah, life support is a limitation. Also, just endurance, sheer endurance of going for that long of a period of time also the possibility of one solar storm after another during that time frame. The more we can reduce the transit time on journeys to the Jovian worlds, the better it's going to be. Now, the inner moons in the Nerva is very much in process right now, just a different version of it. But nuclear thermal engines are being worked on right now. The first experiment with nuclear thermal, the first test flight of a nuclear thermal engine, is scheduled for 2026 in the nose cone of a Vulcan Centaur. Just so you know, you heard it here. That is where you're most probably going to see the first test of a nuclear thermal engine is in the nose cone of a Vulcan Centaur. And then in terms of a usable nuclear thermal engine, you'd be looking at 2030 is when they're planning to have it fully functional. Mm, overcast in Perth. I'm so sorry. Oh, too overcast. Ah, that's a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that, Trent. I am really sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. Oh, well, in any event, hopefully there are other parts of Australia that may get an opportunity, but that is deeply disappointing. I'm very sorry. Some of my viewers in LA did get a chance to see it. I don't know if they did any photography or any footage. Like I say, anybody who's watched and actually seen this thing, feel free to post your footage on my Twitter. Okay. So yeah, we of course the entirety of North and South America are going to be in daylight now for all future passes. But the booster is currently over the over Australia, over the continent. A lot of people probably are getting an opportunity to see this, perhaps just looking up by chance and wondering what the hell it is. Considering cryo sleep, that would be one possibility, Michael. But once again, there are lots of technological challenges to cryo sleep that we've run into. Still, some big issues with that. So I think we're a ways off before cryosleep is going to become a realistic possibility. Obviously, we also need artificial gravity for journeys that long. Gwen Shotwell's mentioned nuclear propulsion as a possibility. That would be very cool. Would it require something different? I don't think so. I mean, at least right now, it appears that ULA is planning on using a nuclear thermal engine in Vulcan Centaur. So maybe it could be adapted to Starship as well. I think it would be possible. All right, latest estimate from John. Oh, Jonathan McDowell finally posted something on that. Good, good. Thank you for letting me know about that. So Jonathan McDowell is now saying, okay, reentry land. Okay, so as I have made comments, he has made similar comments that reentry overland in Latin America or the Indonesian Philippine archipelago is still possible. Yes. Um, okay, so it passes Baja California at 1726 UTC, then Jalisco, Mexico at 1728. All of this is UTC time, which is 1736 is 536 UTC or 1:30 or so Eastern Standard Time. So that's when we're going to be looking at the final orbit. But it will be passing over South America a lot and also right off the coast of Mexico. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. It will be an interest, but yeah, Jonathan McDowell's posted quite a lot of things. Actually, I've been trying to keep up with what he's been doing as to when we are likely to see that happen. But all we can say is that it's the re-entry is imminent, and we have just a few hours to go. So, and once again, nobody's safe either. No, I mean, in terms of anybody along that orbital path, we cannot say with any certainty that people are safe. There's still a potential risk to people in South America, to people in Indonesia, people in the Philippines, etc. There are a number of potential issues. Odds are very strong. Like I say, I'm saying a 90% chance at this point that it's going to be hitting the water. But then again, you can't say with any sort of certainty. Certainly not. Okay. So now includes Southeast Asia and Southern China. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like I say, I think we have a number of different opinions too, as to when it may come in. There are different companies estimating different times. We are now okay. They just posted 3 minutes ago. Reentry time at 17:24 UTC, which is approximately 1:24 Eastern Standard Time, plus or minus 1 hour. Once again, we have reentry paths. Interesting. We have a change here, guys. We have a change in terms of where this thing could go. I am sending this picture over to my partner in crime to show you guys because the re-entry path has become a bit interesting now. And you'll see what I mean here in just a moment. Okay, he's already got it. It's being uploaded right now, one step ahead of me, as usual. So we're uploading it. Have a look at this reentry path. It's interesting change in a projected in where this orbit theoretically could take it. Like I say, this is the deal with uncontrolled reentries and why they piss me off. Why this gets me so damn angry is the fact there's so many unknown factors contributing. Have a look at where it is now. Have a look at this is where it's projected to go on its final orbit. As you can see, a theoretical re-entry in southern China is now possible. Also passing over the entirety of Southeast Asia, also possible. Also on the final orbit, Indonesia, the Philippines, and of course, most of South America. Of course, not a lot of that is heavily populated, but I believe that Rio de Janeiro is somewhere close to that track, but I'm not positive about that. So once again, I don't know my Brazilian geography that well. So in any event, yeah, as you can see here, South Africa looks a lot safer now. Looks like it's shifted a bit away from South Africa, but now we have a different story, a different ball game to where theoretically it could plunge down into southern China. So who knows? And once again, this is what makes uncontrolled reentries so aggravating. So damn aggravating is the fact that we really don't know where this thing's going to come down minute by minute, hour by hour. Things change. And when things change, you don't know what to expect. And could it come down over a populated area? The odds just increased dramatically. There are a huge number of people that are in the in that region of Southeast Asia. It is very densely populated. So if the booster were to choose to come down there, that's very uncool. Mhm. Yes, yes, indeed. Irony right on cue. And here comes the bots again. Aren't they nice? So once again, I deeply appreciate everybody joining me today. Once again, providing this content and this coverage free of any ads. You guys have been great with the super chats. Thank you so much for your support. Means a hell of a lot to me, let me tell you. And not only is it supporting this content, it's also supporting my trip to the UK to check out European space flight. It's coming up in just over a month. Also, my coverage of Artemis 1 and my coverage of Starship going to orbit. So neat stuff coming up. And once again, you guys are making it possible. So thank you so much for all the support that's been coming in up to this point. You guys are great. Okay. Bring people back who have died after 15 minutes. Yeah, we were talking again about cryogenic freezing, that sort of thing. All right, let me check Discord again just to see if we have some comments coming in from the Ask Your Questions with Discord. Nope. So could they? Oh, there's a question. Could any country that does get hit sue China? Yeah, they could. But once again, the lawsuit would probably be carried out in China and be carried out by a Chinese court. For example, there have been a number of car companies that have sued the Chinese for coming out with direct copies of their own cars, and they lose the case. The Chinese courts say, we don't know what you're on about. This is totally a totally different car when it clearly isn't. So you're not going to get an impartial court, is the problem. Dale, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it for your support. And thank you for buying the British Space Flight t-shirt. I have one myself, actually. I should have that on instead of Sierra Space. Maybe I'll put it on during my next break because it is definitely my favorite piece of merch that I have right now, created by Darth Rust, one of my most awesome supporters, who is currently on the road, unfortunately, and unable to join us. But thanks, Dale, for your support. Deeply appreciated. There's always going to be a little bit of variation off the projected orbit path because of atmosphere and other issues, Eric, to answer your question. So, yeah, you can have a slight variation on the projected orbit. That's one of the reasons, by the way, that we had that change in its projected path for its final orbit. At first, it looked like it wasn't going to come down much of any place that was over land except for South America. But now it's become far more complicated. And as I said, Southeast Asia is one of the most densely populated, it's actually the most densely populated area on the planet. Not a good place for this thing to re-enter if it were to happen. Same things happen with many other products being copied by Chinese companies. Yeah, Segway, which was bought out by the Chinese company that copied it. Chinese knockoffs are fairly common. It's a thing that they do on a pretty regular basis, and they do a good job of it, by the way. They make very good copies, but at the same time, they never ever pay any royalties for this stuff, which, yeah, it's not very cool. So it's just many things that people have to complain about when it comes to the practices of this government, not their people. I love the Chinese people. They're hardworking, industrious, innovative, great population, which is one of the reasons why that government pisses me off so much. They abuse the rights of their own people so terribly. And it's unacceptable, just unacceptable. Okay. Let's see if we have any postings on my Twitter just for fun, see if anybody managed to capture this thing. If so, then I'll 730 people watching. I just got told. Dear Lord, thank you for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe. I would love to get to 83,000 subscribers during this session. As a matter of fact, let's see where we are in that regard. We are currently at 82,884 subscribers. I'm only 116 subscribers away from 83,000. I'd love it if you guys were to help me out with that today. And of course, it costs nothing to subscribe, so feel free. Please like, please subscribe, please hit that bell button so you get notified every time one of my videos hits YouTube's surface. The Marxist Manifesto. Oh dear. I think he already wrote the manifesto, didn't he? Anyway, interesting reading, by the way, for a 19th century guy. He had some interesting views, but in any event, like I say, my opinions about the People's Republic of China has nothing to do with communism. As a matter of fact, their country is not communist in any regard. There's so much capitalism going on in that country. There isn't anything remotely communist about China. What they are is totalitarian. What they are is an oligarchy that gives no power whatsoever to the people, no voice in what kind of government they want to have, no voice as to what sort of decisions their government makes. Unacceptable. And every time they try to do something about it, they get quietly arrested in the night. Or if there's a massive protest in Hong Kong or something, it gets put down very violently. Um, That's a complete disservice to the Chinese people. So I got no problem with Chinese. I think they're wonderful. I have a problem with their government and what they do to them. And that's not only to them, but also to the rest of the world. And we're getting an example of that today. Just not very cool at all. Not cool at all. All right, let me go ahead and check my Discord again real quick to see any other comments. If it hits land, is the debris a collector's item if you find it? I think it probably is, unless it lands in China. I mean, most like if NASA stuff comes down, NASA does a pretty good job of getting that stuff gathered up from various people who find it and get it turned back in, especially if it's an accident, that sort of thing. Um, yeah. Francisco, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. And Plastic Pinocchio, thank you so much. €10 from the two of you. Um, Thanks so much. Do you think Raptor 2 could be what kills SpaceX? Elon has bet everything on Starship, but no, I think SpaceX will triumph with Starship. I just think it's going to take longer than everybody thinks. That's all. I think that it will take a while to successfully develop the most powerful rocket in human history. Anything interesting? ETA for falling debris. Once again, we're looking at approximately 1:30 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. But there's an hour worth of error on either side of that. So could happen half past noon, could happen 2:30 in the afternoon, and there could be an update too. And once again, projected locations now put it at possibly hitting Southeast Asia, including, ironically, or maybe appropriately, Southeast, Southeast China. So who knows? Who knows what the deal is going to be with that? In any event, yeah, like Anton, I appreciate you managing things. Thanks a lot for being a part of part of this channel and maintaining civility on the chat. I do appreciate that, even though I'm not a civil guy myself, and I'm more than happy to have you guys express angry opinions on there. Just be polite to each other. That's all. That's all I would say. Okay, I've been building a. Let's see what else. What other? There's a tower, and they're gonna catch it. That would be an interesting trick if they managed to pull that off. By the way, now over the Western Pacific, just a little bit east of the Philippines, it appears right now, and making its way over open water. There's not going to be any nighttime observation opportunities for much of anybody for quite some time. It's not unless you happen to be on a cruise ship in the Pacific or a cargo ship of some kind, but that is about it. The ISS to hook it. No, we don't have that sort of technology right now. There could be. There could definitely be a possibility in the future to where we could use tethers to control deorbit, to deorbit space junk safely, that sort of thing. There's a number of different tether type solutions that have been discussed for deorbiting space junk, but once again, we're not getting it. We're just not getting it. So, and more money needs to be spent on it, unquestionably. Okay. Let's see here. I think Elon would try launching a catch tower and catching it. Okay. Starship will come back much cleaner than Falcon 9 because of methane fuel. That's true. Falcon 9 does not use the cleanest of fuel in the world, whereas a combination of methane and liquid oxygen is better. So not perfect. Hydrogen and oxygen is the best, but nevertheless, methane and oxygen, methylox is a pretty decent fuel. for those sorts of things. But once again, not exactly perfect. Okay, let's see. So right now we have the booster once again ascending at 155 kilometers. And let's see here. We've had some recent and very interesting updates in regards to projected impact sites, and very interesting stuff indeed. Right now, the as I've mentioned in the past, and we just put up an illustration of its most recent projected orbital path for its final orbit. It takes it over Indonesia, the Philippines, Southeast Asia, southern China, a great portion of South America, and also parts of Western Mexico. So there are areas that are definitely in harm's way. Again, most probably it's going to hit the ocean and things will be fine. But nevertheless, there could be a problem indeed. Nearing apogee right now. 700 plus watching. Guys, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much again for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe. And once again, thank you so much for everybody who's been doing the super chats and supporting this channel. This is coming to you ad free. Deeply appreciate everything that everybody's been doing because it makes a huge difference to my ability to continue content like this. And now it's making its way towards North America, but it's good. Everything is in daytime there, so no real spotting opportunities. I believe I had some viewers in Los Angeles who got a chance to actually see it, which is pretty awesome at the beginning of this broadcast. But in any event, yeah, perigee at 138 kilometers, and it will drop a couple more during its next perigee. Once it drops down to the 100 or so kilometer mark, that's when things become problematic. But does that mean it's going to drop right at perigee? No, it's not. It's very possible that it could start burning up once it hits at perigee, but continue its orbital path for hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers before it actually completes the burn up process. Again, that's what makes uncontrolled reentry such a pain in the ass, and that's what really gets me angry about it. And as you can see, this is not a 100% family free channel, family friendly channel, given how I talk. And I don't advertise it as such. This is not, my content is not regarded as safe for children. YouTube is really, really touchy about that stuff. Okay. So in any event, do appreciate once again all of the comments and all of the conversation. I am once again open to any questions that you might have or comments about spaceflight. Does not have to be restricted to this booster. But once again, we are getting closer and closer all the time. So yes, Africa is probably out of danger at this point. The final orbital path seems to have shifted off the south coast of South Africa, and so therefore we're not going to have any problems there. However, the final orbital path does take it in a disturbing direction, Southeast Asia and southern China. Again, a very, very heavily populated region of the planet. So we'll see how that goes. If it were to, like I say, burn up over Thailand, burn up over Burma as another example. It would create a major international incident if it damaged anything there or injured anybody. Now that Bigelow is defunct, is Sierra Space the only one with inflatable HABs? To my knowledge, yes. Now, I know there are other companies, and NASA is actually doing some experimentation of their own with inflatable habitats, but Sierra Space is the one company that's aggressively pursuing the use of inflatable habitats. So yeah, it's some exciting stuff in that regard. And once again, Sierra Space does have a very ambitious space station in mind that we may have a very serious need for very, very soon. I think the ISS is going to become less and less viable as collaboration with Russia continues to fall apart. So I think we need to have a solution, a replacement, and Sierra Space is doing a good job in creating one. At the same time, Axiom Space has another solution as well, but it's based off of having the ISS as a stable platform to build the space station off of. That could be complicated if Russia decides to split the station apart. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. And the space elevator, one Starship launch, probably refueling. Yes, a lunar space elevator could be delivered by a single Starship, everything involved. There was, as I say, just check out that video and also the articles that I have linked in the description. It describes in detail as to everything that would be required, but a very basic lunar space elevator would be possible in the fairing of a Starship. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, you work at Sierra Space, do you, Thomas? Well, let me tell you something. I had a great time touring your facility a few months ago. That was a rare and unbelievable opportunity that I got. I'm so grateful to all of you for giving me that opportunity. I really got to see some amazing stuff. For those of you who are watching who haven't seen that, by the way, I took a very, very in depth tour of the Sierra Space facilities, including getting to see Dream Chaser up close and personal, the Shooting Star module up close and personal, being directed around by a very, very knowledgeable aerospace engineer. It was a fantastic experience, and I really, really enjoyed it. So yeah, why is no one else covering this? Gee, I think the launch pad at least is covering this. And they do good content as well, by the way. But yeah, Sierra Space is their great organization, very innovative, reusability built into their platform in a big way. Exciting stuff coming from Sierra Space very soon, and that tour was unbelievable. Can't wait for that to launch on the second launch of Vulcan Centaur, scheduled theoretically for January or so, is what I've heard thus far. Liftport wants to build one on the moon. Yes, Liftport is a great organization, by the way. I included some of their animations in the video that I recently released. I also linked their YouTube channel, encouraging folks to be a part of what Liftport is doing, because they've got some great ideas for lunar space elevators, very comprehensive designs, neat stuff. Sierra Space refuses to stay in the box. I totally agree. It's great that they are. And it's very encouraging that they have the amount of private support that they have. I mean, we're talking billions of dollars worth of private funding that they've piled up recently in their most recent funding cycle. Very cool stuff indeed. Excuse me. Why does the US want two space stations? Well, it's not necessarily what the US wants, it's what these various companies want. Axiom Space wants their own private space station for their own purposes. Excuse me. Sorry, having a rough time. And Sierra Space wants their own space station. There are many, many applications for microgravity. We're talking about 3D printed organs. We're also talking about various types of unique materials that can only be built in microgravity. There's going to be so many applications and customers for these space stations that I think two may not be enough. We may need more than two space stations in order to make that work. So yeah, I think that it's very exciting that Sierra Space and Axiom Space are competing on this. And by the way, they're not the only ones. There's also something called the Star Lab that's coming out soon as well. So a lot of really interesting, space station designs, not only coming out from the U.S. but also from the rest of the world. Obviously, China, they've got their own space station going up, and also Europe are going to be very active contributors. Looks like we just had an update on our little tracking app right now. So we'll be getting that reshaped and resized for you here in just a moment. Kind of a pain for my partner in crime in Yorkshire who always has to do this, but at the same time, we're getting the most up to date information. I think the UK is funding a lot of research and development for debris removed. Very, very true. The United Kingdom is one thing I report on a lot. I report on space debris and the problems represented by that on a regular basis. And I'll tell you something. The UK is doing a great deal to try to solve that problem, and they're providing a great deal of independent funding. There's a lot of companies that are contributing with a lot of interesting designs, some of which were recently tested on the ISS just a couple of years ago. A lot of really good deorbiting technology that's being spearheaded by the UK and the private UK and public UK space agencies. Really neat stuff. And once again, I wish the rest of the world would copy what they're trying to do. Boom! Thank you so much for your support. Yes, indeed, being an Iron Man to the best of my ability. But you know what? I think I'm going to have to take another 10-minute break here. I'll tell you, it takes a toll on you after a while. So in 6 minutes, in 6 minutes, I'll be taking another 10-minute break. If my partner is ready for that, in Yorkshire to switch things over. 6 minutes, and I'll be taking another brief break. Excellent. Thank you very much. So 6 minutes and we'll begin going. Once again, keep those questions coming. And Foom, thank you so much for your support. And thanks so much to everybody who's been supporting me with super chats today. It's been huge. And like I say, this is what gets things moving. It annoys me that you taught me more about British spaceflight than our news outlets have. That is true. It's not being properly covered in the UK. Of course, then again, I don't think that American private space flights being properly covered by American news agencies either. So there's a lot that needs to be done in order to catch up the general public with what's going on. But yes, there's a lot of exciting things happening in the UK as far as private space flight is concerned. It definitely needs to be covered, and I'm going to cover it. Since I'm the one who has a lot of active interest in it. Once again, sorry about all the nonsense. Rockin' Robbins, thank you so much for jumping in there and shutting those guys down. Definitely appreciate that. All right. So another thing to consider, by the way, it's not just the UK. It's also Germany. They have some very aggressive, well, not just small sats. We're talking mid-size launch vehicles that they've got coming out right now. Something that would launch probably about quadruple of what the Rocket Lab Electron's capable of doing, and that's going to be launched within the next 12 months or so. And Rocket Factory Augsburg, or RFA, are one of those companies, and they have invited me to tour their facility while I'm out in Europe. So that's a possibility. May make a quick flight over to Munich in order to do that. It's super exciting. So we'll see how that goes. But in any event, like I say, those rockets certainly not huge, not as big as Falcon 9 or anything, but definitely strong competitors in the small sat market. Like I say, quadruple the payload capability of the Electron, about on the same level as the Terran 1 from Relativity Space. So, and by the way, Spain also very encouraging stuff coming from Spain when it comes to similar types of rockets. Oh dear, I'm going to have to be switching out my seems that my earpiece is going. I'm going to switch out for another earpiece. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to have to request that 10-minute break at this point, if it's okay with you. All right. At this point, if possible, I would like to go ahead and take my 10-minute break. Running out of steam. I apologize, guys, but I'm going to go ahead and get my second win, and I'll be back shortly. Stay angry. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Yes. Doing my best. Mhm. Yes. Right. I'm open to discussing that with you. Let's put a pin in that and talk about it in the next 24 to. Hey guys, I want to express my apologies. Every now and then I suffer from muscle spasms if I've been sitting for too long, that sort of thing, keeping the same posture for too long. I've taken some medication for it, and I'm going to need to rest for about the next 45 minutes to an hour. So I'm going to schedule this stream to come back online in 53 minutes. So half past the hour. That's Eastern time, 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, and that would be 4:30 UK time. Once again, I do apologize for this, but we're going to keep the tracker active so you guys can keep watching. Reentry is not due to happen until half past noon Eastern Standard Time at the earliest. So I will be back well before reentry happens. Once again, I am very sorry that this is occurring just every now and then. What can you say? I'm a guy in his 50s, and sometimes these things happen to me. But in any event, I will be back. As I say, half past the next hour, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4:30 UK time. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'll see you soon. update on the reentry. Oh, okay. Apparently, I didn't have audio there for a while. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back now. So I apologize for that issue, but in any event, like I said, yeah, it's there is a kind of a momentary momentary problem with the audio. But in any event, audio now good. Yay! So in any event, we yeah, glad to be back once again. Muscle spasms have been a part of my life for a while, although it's not all that frequent. Just kind of had it flare up. Took a muscle relaxant for that, and doing okay now. And pressing on, since we are closing in on the re-entry time frame. It does appear that things are going to it appears that once again the reentry path on the final orbit is no longer as problematic as it was. It doesn't appear that Southeast Asia is on the debris path anymore. Although who knows? I do think that minor problems or minor miscalculations on these sorts of things can lead to all kinds of issues. As I said, if you remember, with a previous long march booster that came down, it was said that the impact was off the coast of Guam. It was said with a great deal of confidence, and then boom, it was in the Indian Ocean. Thank you, Miko, so much for your support. Really do appreciate it. Um, Very, very nice of you indeed to help me out with that. And this coverage, as many of you know, is brought to you free of all ads. So all of the support that I've been getting today, thank you so much for that, because that's what makes this content possible, and future content as well, including my tour of European space flight in the UK, and also coverage of Artemis 1 and the orbital launch of Starship. So, a lot of stuff coming up really soon. So, in terms of what the most recent predictions have been, we are looking at a reentry time of 4:50 UTC, possibly now. There's a projected entry. Now, once again, this is from Space Track. It's a little bit different. Um, at 1650 UTC, which is actually 1250 Eastern Standard Time, with a plus or minus error of 31 minutes. Now, plus or minus error of 31 minutes is almost an hour, which is a margin of error of many, many thousands of kilometers. So we still really don't know where this is going. We really don't know where this is going to impact. We just have a general idea. And it does appear that, given its current orbital path, that it's likely going to threaten, if that's the right word to use, threaten South America, Indonesia, and that overall region, and not a great deal of other things, although possibly the west coast of Mexico could be a problem as well. And once again, the orbit is still unpredictable. We can't say for certain how this is going to go between now and reentry time. Just the slightest shift, east-west shift in the orbit, which, once again, with uncontrolled reentries, we can have that, and this thing could shift to a totally different location. We could theoretically have it over Africa. We could theoretically have it over Mexico. Who knows? Ross, thank you so much for your support. Really, really appreciate that. And thanks so much to all of you long-suffering people who have stayed on. Anton, Nim, and my ASN in Yorkshire, who continues to provide fantastic support for this channel. And yeah, awesome. So many. Carly, is it? Yeah, Carly's been here supporting as well in the background. So guys, it takes a lot to make these live streams happen. It takes a lot to bring all of this to you. It's certainly not something that I would be capable of doing on my own, not even close. For those of you who used to watch my live streams, you get a good idea of how primitive I used to be and where we are right now, and it's because of other people associated with this channel. Aerodynamic, you're right. Plus or minus an hour is 3/4 of the planet. Yeah. So there's still a huge margin for error right now, even though we are very, very close for the time of splashdown, crash down, whatever you want to call it. And so we just really need to be ready for this. So thank you. Thank you. So why does China keep having this problem over and over again? Because they don't care. They could put modifications into their boosters. They could make allowances for a controlled reentry. They just choose not to. It's atrocious. It's reprehensible, and it is what they just keep doing. And they regard the chances of there actually being property damage or injuries or deaths as being such a small thing that they're not even going to take it under consideration. But it is a threat. It is definitely a threat. Right now, there are people in South America, there are people in Indonesia, there are people, who are on the firing line, and maybe they'll be safe, maybe they won't, and it's all kind of a crapshoot. I don't like that, not at all. And as I mentioned in the past, things that break up in the upper atmosphere, most of the time they don't do anything, but all you have to do is ask the good people of Lockerbie what happened to them after the breakup of a airliner over their town. There was terrible tragedy associated with that, not only to the passengers but also to people on the ground. And that was an accident. That was not an accident. It was an intentional terrorist attack that brought that around. But nevertheless, this is something that could create a major international incident for spaceflight. And we don't need that. I mean, it's obviously we don't need that. And got to stop. That China definitely has the technological capability to avoid these sorts of problems. They don't, and they are putting up a very impressive space station right now. And that's what the story should be about. But it isn't. It's about this, and for good reason, because it's or just representing a needless threat to the people of planet Earth. And that is unacceptable. Simple as that. Right now, we have the orbiter moving, I believe, yeah, more towards apogee, and shortly will be descending again. However, the current apogee is a big change from where it was a few hours ago, where it was peaking out at 170 kilometers or so. So obviously a decaying orbit, and it will be passing over North America soon, but in the daylight, and so nobody really will be seeing that. Also, the current orbital path will bring it possibly within sight of the coast of Northwest Australia. Anybody in that region, but for the most part, all of the viewing opportunities for people in the nighttime region of the planet that could have seen this. Not a whole lot of opportunities remaining. Once again, people in Malaysia, Indonesia, that sort of thing, still viewing possibilities existing there. But for the most part, not a whole lot left. Australia had a couple of viewing opportunities, but we had overcast skies, from what I understand. Some of the viewers early in the morning today, some of the people who tuned in at the time when I went live, some of them were in LA and in that region, and they actually got to see it. I don't know if they did any filming, but they did get to see it. Very cool. So, that's an exciting part of this, obviously, is to get to see a very substantial piece of space debris, very large, very heavy, and very low, just prior to reentry. Not something you get to see every day, and all that is all great fun as long as nobody gets hurt. How much time left for deorbit? Approximately, if depending on what side of the if they are indeed correct. Um, we're going to be looking at 1620 UTC, which is 1220 Eastern Standard Time. So 40 minutes from now is theoretically the reentry time frame. That's the beginning of it, and the end of it is at 1720 UTC, which is 120 Eastern Standard Time. So that is when it's likely to come down. So it's coming soon on this next orbital path. It will be re-entering. If everything stays according to the latest space track prediction, the only real land area is Sumatra, Borneo, Philippines. Highly unlikely that anything is going to come down there. However, if it re-enters earlier, or rather later than anticipated, and which it could, it's still within that frame, that area of uncertainty, then a reentry over South America is still within the realm of possibility. Also, a reentry over Western Mexico is within the realm of possibility. So, all of these things remain possible, and I intend to stay here and report on this until we get an actual solid report. Foom, thank you so much for your support. Really deeply appreciate that. As I say, all of this is brought to you free of ads, and you guys' support has made a world of difference to me today. So thank you so much for that. All right. Um, no, the divergent paths are the different parts of the orbit. It's not divergent. Instead, it's just the orbit is that's one section of the orbit and another section of the orbit, but they're not divergent. Um, it's that we absolutely know it won't hit North America. It's because of the projected re-entry time frame. During that time frame, the path of the booster is going to take it off the west coast of Mexico at the closest to the United States. Now, I don't know. We could still have a variation in the orbit. It still is theoretically possible that it could come down over LA or something like that. We could be I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of an error or miscalculation for this to go from just off the west coast of Mexico into Mexico proper, or perhaps over Los Angeles. That is theoretically possible. Also, for those of you who are interested in watching this thing burn up, probably a good idea to keep your eyes open in the region of the final orbit, which we are not in right now. We'll be approaching that final orbit very, very soon. However, chances are it will accomplish 1 to 1.5 additional orbits on top of the one you're watching right now. So 92 minutes and dropping. Yeah, it's and yes, that is true, Rock and Robin. It'll probably be in the general region of perigee. That is generally true. But once again, there's always uncertainties involved with these things. But yes, it does appear that, and that being the case in the area of perigee, then the most likely land area that could be problematic would be Indonesia, Malaysia, etc. So once again, we shall see what ends up happening. But it's is always a lot of uncertainty involved with these things, and we, once again, I remember the last time I tracked one of these things, and I wasn't doing this marathon tracking. Instead, I participated as a guest on one of these channels. And, it was projected to be Guam. Everybody was saying Guam, just off the coast in the Pacific, etc. It was nowhere close to that. It ended up in the Indian Ocean, and hit some of the islands in that region. So it's still lots of uncertainties. It's just tough, and once again, uncontrolled reentries have that problem. Yeah, by all means, you guys can go ahead and start the bingo process of where we think it's gonna end up landing. I think that could be interesting indeed. But yeah, it's we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening here. All right. By the way, there are other sources besides the Space Force, just to be completely clear about all this. European Union tracking station, they this on their last update before reentry, they still are showing a track that goes all the way into Southeast Asia. So that's still where they maintain the potential reentry. And if we have a reentry in the Indian Ocean, if it goes a slight miscalculation, we'll put it into Southeast Asia, one of the most populous areas on the planet. So it's once again, it's very hard to tell. Very hard to tell. Wayne, thank you so much. Really do appreciate your support. And yeah, this is newsworthy stuff. This is stuff that should be covered. It isn't pleasant, especially right now, since we're so close to the time of reentry. Wow, we got 730 people watching. I was just told. I am deeply humbled. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe. By the way, we've continued to have our subscriber numbers climbing steadily today, and I am very, very grateful for that. As of right now, I'm at 82,899 subscribers. I'd very much like to get to 83,000. We need 101 in order to get that far. Once again, please like, please subscribe, and I would be, and all the super chats that have been coming in, thanks very much for that. Once again, more than happy to answer questions that don't have anything to do with the booster, which is currently traveling over the western portion of North America right now at an altitude of 146 kilometers and dropping, which is interesting. So, in any event, I'll see how that goes. But yeah, it seems to have reached perigee currently, and it is dropping off from perigee. But an interesting altitude. I don't know. That's a little curious, but it just from where it was. But then again, I was gone for a while, so but it's an interesting place for it to start dropping off. Anyway, okay. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this thing as the process continues. Once again, lots of projections as to where we're anticipating that it's coming down. It does indeed appear that the impact site is likely to be in the water. And always kind of was, but now it seems very, very likely. Dawn, thank you so much for your generous support. You guys are awesome. Once again, it keeps this content coming. So thanks very much for that. Speed, yep, still at 7.8 kilometers per second, which strongly suggests that we don't have any serious atmospheric interference with the booster. You should see a serious drop off if it were really getting impacted by the atmosphere quite a bit. In any event, it is at an interesting altitude. I'll be very curious to see where it ends up at perigee. But anyway. Okay, so yes, this process, by the way, started at about 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. So been covering this for quite a while. Had to take a bit of a break. Had some issues with muscle spasms and such, but I am back and looking to hang in there for the duration. Was the money spent on Starliner was wasted nothing? Yeah, I think it was, Ross. I think Starliner is a big disappointment. I think that Dream Chaser will likely have many commercial applications on top of everything else that it's been doing. And I don't think Starliner will as much. Plastic Pinocchio, thank you so much for your support. Once again, you guys are making all the difference in the world. Thanks so much for helping me out. Um, Not quite over South Dakota. It's I mean, if it were a night there, you might be able to see it, but not quite. I would say more Utah and then down through the Oklahoma, Texas region. Um, and where it will emerge out into the Gulf of Mexico. Um, and the altitude continuing to drop off steadily as it went past apogee, and so performing as expected, I guess. In that vicinity, speed is still high at 7.82 kilometers per second, so very much still in orbit. Um, Dream Chaser could service the Hubble in the future. It depends on whether or not they want the Hubble to stay active, how much longer they might want it to stay active. But sure, absolutely, it would have that capability. But yeah, Dream Chaser, I think, has lots and lots of very positive and exciting aspects to it, and it will have many commercial applications that Starliner will not. And so it won't be the same kind of wasted money. I don't think Boeing will ever turn a profit on Starliner, and that concerns me because if you're talking about a project that's always going to be in the red, how safe is it always going to be? Is going to be my concern. Where should be push the Chinese rocket so everyone is safe? Now, what should be done is the boosters should come with necessary systems built into it, reaction control thrusters, for example, that might be able to deorbit it on its own in a controlled fashion. As long as they were able to do that, and there are plenty of other space agencies that do things exactly that way. You can deorbit the thing right over the Pacific, right where you want it to be, with very little in the way of variations. Hello, Launchpad. Thanks very much for joining us here. And once again, folks, if you want to watch great coverage of live content going on, because I don't cover a whole lot of launches or anything, the Launchpad is a great place to go. They provide very good coverage of Falcon 9 launches and others all over the world. So great stuff indeed. All right. Foom, thanks for the offer. Offering to match the next super chat. That's very generous of you. With the next $5 anyway. So, and once again, you guys have just been fantastic, just wonderful in terms of your support. Once again, you help this thing remain ad free. Covering issues and challenges with space flight. Yeah, you know what I like to do is I just like to keep it real when it comes to space flight. There's such a tendency amongst the media to be positive about everything with space flight. Oh, isn't this cool? It's rocket science. It's a capsule that's going to take human beings back to the moon, blah blah blah. Well, sure, it's theoretically exciting if it's going to succeed, but the more inefficient it is, the more money it costs, the less likely it's going to be that it's actually going to hang around. That's going to be a program that's going to succeed in the long run. And if it fails, then what's the damn point? So that's why I tend to be pretty critical of things like SLS and Starliner, wasteful, products that are, cost far more money than they were supposed to, prove to be far less efficient, less successful, etc. At least SLS is finally at the end of the road. Anton, thank you so much. Appreciate your support. You're awesome. So, it's why I tend to support companies that believe in reusability, embrace reusability and innovation. And I'm very harsh on the companies that don't do that. I mean, if they're first starting out and launching small sats and stuff like that, I can understand why reusability isn't necessarily a good thing to be messing with. But They can innovate in other ways. For example, Skyrora, I'll be touring them here soon in the United Kingdom. They have a space tug on their upper stage of their rocket and their XL rocket. It's awesome. So yeah, maybe they don't have reusability built into their system, but they do have green propulsion. Foom, thank you so much for matching that. So generous of you. Really, really appreciate it. So yeah, it's without if you're not going to have reusability, then build some other kind of innovative solution into your rocket that makes things better, that makes space flight more affordable, makes space flight more efficient, makes space flight more attractive, makes it successful. All right. So once again, we have the booster continuing to descend towards perigee as usual, although much lower than before. Once again, jeez, these stinking bots. Man, I've had more encounters with bots during this damn live stream than I've ever had in the past. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so we continue to get closer to reentry time. We are closing in on noon Eastern Standard Time. Now, once again, there's a whole bunch of variations on the reentry plot. But still, according to EUSST, they are projecting a reentry time of 1724. By the way, Overlord, thank you so much. Really do appreciate your support. Thanks a lot. And Vanguard, wow, thanks so much. Boy, you guys are the best. Like I say, this is what makes this content possible. Thank you so much. So they're showing 1724 UTC, which equates to 124 124 Eastern Standard Time with a plus or minus margin of error of 58 minutes. That's the last update that they did prior to reentry, which means theoretically we could have reentry coming up in the next 29 minutes, if things were to, depending on how accurate they are. So yeah, I mean, if it were at the far end of the margin for error, you could have a reentry that soon. And as it approaches, as the booster approaches perigee, it's who knows? It could happen. It could re-enter within the next 30 minutes. It could start burning up at that point. So we'll see. We'll see. But big question marks right now, as usual, with an uncontrolled reentry. Okay. And once again, any other 836 people watching. Dear Lord Almighty, you guys are the best. Please like, please subscribe to this channel. Jim, thank you so much. Angry for President 2024. Make space angry again. I'll tell you, I know what kind of changes I would implement. Be a whole lot more money for NASA in exchange for a whole lot more accountability. But just to give you an idea, there's a department of the federal government that their budget went up by $60 billion this year compared to last year. $60 billion worth of increase for that one department of the federal government, whereas NASA's entire budget is $25 billion. The whole damn budget, which means a government department had its budget go up by almost 3 times as much money as NASA gets in total funding. So, for people who say that there isn't an extra $10 billion out there for NASA to accomplish a lot more, it just isn't true. That money's there. Yes. 16 billion, something along those lines, and 60 billion, 60 billion is how much this department increased its budget this year. Insane. And that's not the total budget. That's just an increase to the budget. So it indicates just how underfunded NASA is yes, correct. 60 billion, 60. billion increase to I'm not going to talk about which department, but that's how much of an increase it got this year versus last year, which really, really pissed me off. And yeah, it was just aggravating beyond all belief. And to think that, for all of that extra money, think of how much you could do with NASA if they had a budget of $85 billion instead of 25. Next perigy's coming up here within minutes. It's already descending towards perigee at the moment, just about to pass over South America, and we are getting close. In theory, depending on the margin for error, in theory, this could be the last orbit, or if maybe one more. So we'll see. We will see what ends up happening. Um, but of course, we'll see where it bottoms out at perigee on this one, and whether or not it might be able to make one or two more orbits. But I've got my doubts. I have a feeling that it most probably is going to start burning up within the next hour, um, at most. Right now, once again, the uh, the time for burn up is at 1:24 Eastern Standard Time, but that is with a plus or minus margin of 58 minutes, which means in theory the burn up could start in the next 25 minutes if it were at the far end of the margin for error. So we shall see. Do I hate Elon? I don't think I do. I'm not sure if that's a response to somebody or something like that. I certainly don't hate Elon. I love his vision. I love what he's trying to accomplish. He's doing amazing things. Do I agree with everything he does? Absolutely not. And I will definitely take issue with him if I have a problem with something he does. But at the same time, overall, I think Elon is a man with a vision that will save the human race. Making us into a multi-planetary civilization is the best way to sustain human civilization for the long run. I totally agree with him on that. I also agree with him on his views on hyper intelligent AI and how dangerous that could be. I totally agree with him there. But I don't always agree with everything he does. That's all. If we could throw 40 billion to Ukraine, I don't see why we could throw NASA a few bucks more. Yeah, I mean, that's just NASA is always, the bottom end of the list of priorities, and it is disturbing. It is annoying as hell. And this it's one of the reasons why this channel is here. I get very frustrated not only with waste at NASA, but also at how underfunded they are. What do I think about exploring Ceres? We absolutely need to explore Ceres. Ceres can have lots and lots of uses as a base of operations for mining the asteroid belt. Ceres will be invaluable to our exploration of the solar system in the long run. So yeah, I'm totally in favor of that. How hard will it be to send a 3D printer to the moon, use it to print new habs with in situ materials of regolith? I think it's very doable. Many people have talked about it. The European Space Agency has a really good plan for an in situ constructed habitat. So yeah, not very hard at all. I think that it's very doable. We just need to be able to transport large amounts of cargo to the lunar surface, which Starship can do, but there are other solutions that can do it as well. Wow. Well, 865. Once again, I am so deeply humbled, guys. You're awesome. Over 860 people watching. It blows my mind. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. You're fantastic. Once again, please like, please subscribe, hit that bell button. You know the routine. And once again, I've also been receiving a lot of support on the super chat side, which is fantastic. It's what makes my content possible. So thank you very much for all of that. Yep, no flames at 130 kilometers. You are correct with that, Rock, and it needs to get a little bit further. If it makes a couple more passes, it may hit the WZAZ tower in Chicago. That's funny. Very funny indeed. All right. Once again, we really don't know in terms of how long is it going to be before it starts to burn up. It could be as soon as 20 minutes from now. It could be anywhere from 20 minutes from now to approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. Yes, it's that uncertain. But that was the most recent update sent by EUSST. Now, there are others that have more precise information. Once again, does that mean that they're right? I don't know, but the Aerospace Corporation is now projecting um, 1715 UTC, which is, let's see, it's 5:15. 1:15 Eastern Standard Time, which is an hour and 10 minutes from now, plus or minus 1 hour, which means it could happen 10 minutes from now for all we know. Jim, thank you. And I love breakfast burritos. So I could definitely use that. Thank you so much for your support. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. So yeah, the potential of in-space manufacturing, I think it's huge. In-space manufacturing has so many applications. There's so many types of unique materials that you can build in microgravity that you cannot build here on Earth. And there is an organization called Space Forge in the United Kingdom, and I'm going to be touring their facilities soon. And they're sending up their first experiment on a British launch, on a Virgin Orbit launch from Spaceport Cornwall in a month or so. And it's a reusable satellite, goes up, manufactures unique materials in space, comes back down, has its own heat shield, re-enters, you retrieve it, you get new experimental materials out of the deal without having to put it on a space station. Very intriguing solutions that they've got. The speed, once it hits the atmosphere, once it's going through the atmosphere, it will go to ultimately to terminal velocity. So by the time it hits the ground, be 250 to 300 kilometers per hour, maybe as little as 220 or something along those lines. So terminal velocity is what will ultimately reduce its speed because of the atmosphere. Right now, it's still burning along at 7.83 kilometers per second. All right. Let's see. How toxic is the booster when it crashes on land? Well, it has toxic fluids in it. Wow, Wes, thank you so much. Man, what you guys' generosity is blowing my mind. Thank you so much for your support. So to answer that question once again, no booster completely exhausts all of its fuel. Uh, the Chinese do not use a green or clean fuel solution whatsoever for their rockets. So as a result, there definitely is going to be some toxic issues with anything that crashes down. So let's hope it doesn't hit land. Of course, going in the ocean isn't fun either, but at least it won't represent a danger to humans. All right. So, unbroken nanotubes. So we're back on the space elevator talk with unbroken nanotubes and that sort of thing. The cool thing is with lunar space elevators and Martian space elevators, we don't need nanotubes in order to build a space elevator using that. There are materials that exist now that we don't need to advance carbon nanotube technology to make that doable. American tacos called a hot dog. Oh, you guys are making me hungry now. I do like a hot dog. Oh. Anybody else likes them? I'm curious what your favorites are. My favorite is Hebrew National. Love Hebrew National hot dogs. All right. Let's see, coming down. So currently over South America, it will pass again over South America, assuming that it completes another orbit. But yeah, right now, pretty solidly over Brazil, I believe, and making its way towards the South Atlantic. Um, you know what? Texas has some of the best Mexican food in the world. I agree there, man. Every time I go down to Boca Chica, some of the best food imaginable for great prices. It's one of my favorite things about going down there. Just awesome, awesome food available at any gas station. Great stuff, just delicious. Um, Vienna beef served Chicago style. Now that's a good solution too. I like that a lot, definitely. The vertical speed drop. Oh, don't see a drop off, but we'll see. It gets dicey once it starts dropping to these types of altitudes. We shall see. When Armor hot dogs are also good. Costco, do they have good hot dogs? Costco, I didn't even know that. I'll have to give that a try someday. German Hoffman hot dogs. Well, heck yeah. If we're talking about, I'll tell you, when you're talking about German sausages in general, some of the best stuff in the universe. My God, that stuff is really good. I'm also a big fan of Jaeger Schnitzel. I could eat Jaeger Schnitzel for dinner every single day. I love that stuff. So, Taco Bell. Taco Bell's cheap. That's the one good thing about that. Taco Bell's good for a late night snack if you need it. uh, let's see. All right. Clayton, thank you so much for your support. Talking about hot dogs instead of space flight, but you know what? That's okay. It's been a long day. Did we just hit perigee? Yep, because we're starting to ascend. We hit perigee at 128.53 kilometers or so, it appears, somewhere in that vicinity. So, on its way back up. So, we're not going to have a burn up on this particular reentry, it looks like. So, we shall see. We'll see what ends up happening. The next orbit is going to be dicey. The next orbit will be very interesting indeed. Um, but all heading back up, and speed still at 7.83 kilometers per second, so still not burning up. Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in. There's hundreds of you out there. You guys are awesome. Again, I am really very deeply honored that so many of you people have tuned in. Angry British Spaceflight, by the way, my link up there, it's not cheap, but it's a full color awesome custom made graphic for British spaceflight on the front, all of these new rockets coming out from Great Britain, and it's also got my logo full color on the back. That's why it's so pricey. But it's a great t-shirt. I have it myself. I'll wear it during my next live stream. Elmar, thank you so much for your support. The problem is way too many of you, they don't grasp the economics from not launching pallets of gold. Boy, I lost your oh, hold on. There we go. And every single dollar, ruble, one goes right back into the economy. Yep, that's true. That's very true. The more we do with private space industry, the more money we make here on Earth. The more new technologies we develop, it's just it's mind-boggling how many awesome things that come out of space flight. And yeah, people of course don't recognize that. It's embarrassing, and given the fact that we have so many other departments in the US government that don't produce anything in terms of positive economic development, you know what, investing a lot more money in NASA just makes a lot more sense. Have some accountability. Make sure that they're accountable for the money they're spending, but at the same time, no, it is not dipped below the Kármán line. It came within about 25 kilometers or so of the Kármán line. So we shall see. If we just had a reset, this thing resets every few minutes, by the way, and then we resize the map and that sort of thing, so you folks can get a better view of what happens. This, by the way, is because of the nonstop hard work of ASN, another space nut in Yorkshire, England, who makes all of this stuff possible. Talking more about this rocket, pushing it on a distance to a safe place. Well, let's hope. Let's hope it does go to a safe place. That is, of course, what we want. That's that is the end game that we desperately want to see with this. But is it going to happen? That's a hard question to answer right now. We still have too many unknowns and too many variations coming up. So we have it tracking just off the coast of South America, climbing again towards apogee, and going to pass directly over Indonesia. The fact that it didn't start burning up during its last perigee suggests to me that it's going to make another full orbit before it does a burn up, hopefully. Um, Once again, the Aerospace Corporation, we are now officially, as of right now, we are now within their margin of error, the Aerospace Corporation, for their prediction for burn up. So right now, according and I'm assuming that they probably did that based on the possibility of burn up starting on the most recent apogee. That would be my guess, is that what happens if it drops a little bit further than we thought it was going to, starts burning up at that point, essentially. So that is where I'm thinking they started their margin of error. So right now it's climbing back up, and most probably we're not going to have a repeat of that situation for a while. The perigee is regressing quickly. Yeah, it was over the Indian Ocean 2 orbits ago. Now it's over South America. You're right, Rock and Robin. And that is another complication, another unknown and, difficult to predict scenario, to where, your perigee is going to happen in different places. And that being the case, burnup could happen in a spot that you didn't anticipate before. So who knows? It's again, it's the whole unpleasant reality of uncontrolled reentry. Now, right now, where I live, I'm safe, completely safe. But that you can't say that for everybody on the planet. And that's just not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. So we'll see where it achieves perigee next. Um, it's very hard to say. Space stuff burns. Wow, guys, thank you so much. So many of you watching right now. I'm again just deeply humbled. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe. Once again, thank you so much to everybody who's been doing these super chats. You are absolutely fantastic, and you've been making a big difference. Correct, Rock and Robin. Every perigee will indeed be further west, which makes the burn up point a little bit more difficult to predict. We could have a burn up right over South America as a result now, or it could happen in Western Mexico. Everything we think we know, everything we try to predict with these damn things turns out to not be the case with uncontrolled reentries. So difficult to predict. Atmospheric density, solar storms, so many things can impact the descent of a piece of space debris. Not a big deal when it's a tiny thing or a piece of a satellite, but when it's a huge 20 plus metric ton piece of space junk, that's a different matter. When 4 to 8,000 kilograms of this damn thing is going to hit the ground, that's a different matter. And we've been lucky so far at this point. We've been lucky that nothing has really come down and caused any significant damage to buildings, property, or to human lives. But guess what? That could change today. That's why I'm covering it today, because it will be a grim moment in the history of spaceflight if indeed it does happen. Yes, it is speculation. An eventual angle of descent, boy, I can't even guess at that. I really can't. So many uncertainties. Right now, it's just, well, thank you. Thank you, Trent. I just, my channel is about keeping it real. It's as simple as that. Is it probably going to be, is it everything probably going to be okay today? Yes, probably will. Does that make this policy of tossing huge pieces of space debris at random down from orbit, does that make that policy okay? No, it absolutely doesn't. It's completely unacceptable. And yet That's what China keeps doing, and the only way they're going to stop doing it is if something happens. Not that I'm hoping that anything happens, but at the same time, it might be nice if they hit some expensive building without actually harming anybody, but just harm an expensive piece of property or something and actually have some consequences to answer for. That would be a nice thing indeed. We will know if it starts burning up once it hits a certain altitude. It tends to be, somewhere in the vicinity of a little over 100 kilometers is where the burn up starts to be more certain. Also, when speed drops off radically, but a lot of this is projected information as well. It does update every 3 minutes. This is about the most accurate tracker we were able to find. But at the same time, yeah, we don't know for sure. And again, perigee is changing all the time on this thing. So it's tough to even predict what perigee is going to be or where it's going to take place. So in any event, we things will almost definitely be okay. There's no question about that. As I've said many times, the odds are very much in our favor, but that doesn't mean that this is okay. That doesn't mean that there's no chance of anything happening. That doesn't mean that this is a policy that we should continue repeating, because we should. We should absolutely not tolerate this sort of practice any longer. So, we'll see what ends up happening today. But yeah, I would definitely say that at least a 90% chance of things just dropping into the ocean with no impact whatsoever on land. But yeah, there's certainly no guarantee. When with uncontrolled reentries, you never have a guarantee. 1,000, almost 1,000 people watching. Gosh, I'm so deeply grateful, guys. Thanks so much again for tuning in. All right. Refuel a bit and keep going. Okay. Yep. It's still. Thank you so much, JT. God, thanks so much. Really, really deeply appreciate your support. You guys have just been awesome today in keeping and providing support for this channel. Like I say, you're gonna love the content coming up soon, to give you a lot of return on your investment. No question about that. How far can it stray from its projected course? Tumble? Yeah, it could a little bit. I mean, but still, we're talking, maybe 50 to 100 kilometers off the path, somewhere in that vicinity. Thank you so much, by the way, the Mislava, I believe. Thanks so much for becoming an angry advocate. Deeply, deeply appreciate that, and looking forward to talking to you on Discord. All right. So once again, the booster's in its process of ascent. We'll see where it gets to on its apogee this time. But in any event, all I can say is we're getting close. We are within the margin of error right now for most of the organizations that are providing a burn up estimate. So we've entered that margin of error. But since the rocket, the booster rather, is climbing, wow, we just hit 1,000. God, you guys are amazing. Thank you again. You guys are utterly fantastic. Please like, please subscribe. And once again, thanks so much for those of you who have become angry advocates. Those of you hit that join button or support me on Patreon or these super chats. I'll tell you, this brings amazing stuff. It's going to bring amazing content from Europe. It's going to bring amazing content for Artemis 1, and it's going to bring amazing content for Starship's first orbital flight. Headwind, thank you so much for your support. Wow, just fantastic. Thanks very much. So let's see, what do we got? Still a steady ascent as anticipated, still at 7.82 kilometers per second. Foom, wow, thanks so much for matching again. Foom continues to come through, being such a consistent supporter of this channel. Thanks for everything. You guys are just amazing. All right. So here we go. Continuing. So right now, we're certainly not going to have any sort of re-entry taking place soon, but within the next 30 to 45 minutes, it could happen as the booster descends back towards perigee. Thank you so much again, the Mislava. You're safe here. Nice to be a crew member. We'll get Discord up soon. Well, thanks so much for everything, for being an angry advocate and for supporting this channel. You guys are amazing. And again, my Canadian viewers, definitely some of my best people. You guys are awesome. Thanks very much. If anyone is in the reentry path, you can actually hear it on radio because the ionization trail will cause echoes. Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much for that extra information. I mean, almost none of us listen to the radio these days, but yeah, that's an interesting detail. And guess what? I think there's going to be some people close to the burn up point, especially as we come closer to the next perigee. I think it could very well burn up at that point, which means we're looking at a burn up somewhere off the west coast of Mexico. It could stray over Mexico, and also South America. So that's what I'm guessing right now. That's where I'm thinking is that we're going to have a burn up on the next perigee, and that it's going to burn up someplace either over Mexico or South America, or hopefully over the ocean. Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope for a burn up over the Pacific. How about that? Old school. I'm listening to the radio at 31 years old. Well, that's fantastic. Good for you. It's been a long time since I've listened to the radio. I think I need to get back into the habit of doing that. I used to enjoy that quite a bit. So we have the booster now just just off of South Africa, continuing to climb and approaching apogee. I'll be interested to see where it peaks out. Like I said, it was interesting to see it start to drop off on the last orbit much more abruptly than I anticipated, and that's because everything moved westward. Both perigee and apogee moved westward on this orbit. Very interesting stuff indeed. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. And Canadian viewers are deeply appreciated here on this channel. Lot of good friends I've made in Canada in the 2.5 years that I've had this channel active and operational. You guys are awesome. By the way, let's check subscribers real quick, just for fun. I'm going to check also on Discord to see if we've had any postings there. We are now at 82,917. I am 83 away from 83,000 subscribers. That's lovely. Love it to be able to get to that 83,000 by the end of this broadcast. We will see how things go. And do we have any other questions? No. Damage to the James Webb Space Telescope, very minor from what I understand. Nothing that's really going to be a problem there. Curtis Orn, thank you so much for being a member, being an angry advocate. If it lands in the ocean, but still within a country's borders, isn't that a problem for China? In theory, yes. In theory, depends on whether or not it actually causes any damage or anything like that. Damage is really where, things become a lot more problematic. That's where things become more complex. Let's hope. Let's hope that it just hits the ocean and there's, no drama today. 1,083 watching. My mind is blown. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in. Deeply appreciated. Everybody's just been awesome in terms of the support you've been given. Wow. It's been a great day for this channel, and it's going to bring some great content here in the near future. All right, let's see here. What else do we have going on? Once again, interested to so I'm going to once again check on Twitter to see if we have any more updates from some of our friends that tend to look at this stuff. All right. South Atlantic reentry window now open officially. So yeah, reentry window has opened, and now it's heading. Let's see, has it hit? It's just about to hit apogee, I think, or very close to it, which is interesting. We'll see what happens when it starts to descend, but I think that we have an imminent burn up coming up soon. Once again, hard to say for certain. Joshua, thank you so much for the 5 quid. Deeply appreciate that. My British supporters, just awesome, and I'm looking forward to meeting a lot of you when I come out to make a lengthy visit here in the UK. Very excited about that as well. So let's see. We quite no, not quite at apogee just yet. But very very slow ascent at this point. So we will see where it ends up, where apogee ends up happening, and therefore where perigee is likely to take place. But yeah, it's all coming down. It's all coming down to the next hour, I would say, maybe. It depends on whether or not it achieves another successful orbit. If it does, then yeah, it'll stretch out for a while. But I'm pretty certain that we're getting close to the end of the process. All right, we are. It's still climbing, so we still quite haven't quite hit apogee yet. So still getting there. Angry with China. Yep, me too, Freddie. Very much so. Once again, to repeat myself, the reason I am covering this issue today is because it's newsworthy. This level of irresponsibility being carried out by one of the biggest space agencies on the planet, simply not acceptable. Once again, the question about the satellite busters, the Space Force has commented saying that A, it would be very, very difficult to hit something like this, but B, it would create a massive cloud of space debris that could make the problem worse rather than better. So, and that question was asked on the last booster reentry last year. So, yeah, this continues to be a problematic thing without any simple solution aside from, damn it, China, just put just put in the necessary technology and engineering to deorbit these things safely. Simple as that, and then all the drama is over. Then we can focus on your achievements in space rather than stuff like this. So we will see. We will see. Will this be like a cruise missile hitting Earth? No, because cruise missiles are being powered actively as they descend and hit their targets, whereas this is going to be limited to terminal velocity. So about 200 to 250 kilometers. No, more like 250 to 300, somewhere in that vicinity. Yeah, big shotgun, something like that. But some of these pieces are going to be very large, potentially as large as 20 to 30 meters in length. And, most of it's burning up, but that leaves a lot left over. 4 to 8,000 kilograms worth of debris will reach the surface of the planet. Now, will it hit the water? Well, okay. Yeah, then everything will be fine. But if it doesn't, that can complicate matters. That's a lot of debris coming down. 4 to 8,000 kilograms worth of debris, and not all coming down in a nice, neat package in one spot, but spread over a pretty sizable area. We'll see what ends up happening this time. I feel, very confident that everything's going to be fine. But once again, we keep rolling the dice like this, and eventually you're going to get unlucky. Just going to happen at some point. Okay, so let's see here. Where are we at this point? Have we it's looking pretty steady in altitude at this point. Interesting. We may have achieved apogee at this point. So yep, coming back down. Very slowly, but it's starting to descend. So it looks like it's just managed to achieve apogee at this point. which means the next perigee is going to be substantially west of where we were originally anticipating, which means burnup could occur, hopefully over the Pacific, but possibly over South America or over Mexico. Yes, it is descending at this point. I'm not going to lie, though, I'd not be entirely mad if it burned up off the east coast of Florida, the United States, because I'd be able to see it. Yeah. Well, for those of you off the west coast of the U.S., if it does indeed start burning up at that point, it is possible. It is possible that you could see it. So we shall see. But yes, it's reached its current apogee and is starting to descend again. So we will see what ends up happening on this particular orbit. The ascent is due to the shape of the orbit, and the high point and low point is the atmosphere. Okay, it's the data is updated. It's about 3 minutes worth of delay. This is a very, very good tracker that's being used right now. A lot of searching done, not by me, but by my partner in Yorkshire, who makes all the technical stuff happen. So yeah, this will be interesting. It could theoretically be visible off the coast of Los Angeles if it starts burning up at that point. Since it's daytime there, you wouldn't be able to see it unless it starts burning up. If it does start that process, then yeah, estimated perigee, we really don't know. There's a lot of uncertainties that manipulate this. I don't recall what the last perigee was. But we are descending towards it right now. Perigee is likely to take place someplace either over South America or possibly off the coast of Mexico, based on where perigee was the last time. But once again, can't say that for certain. Could it become a cluster bomb? Well, it is kind of a cluster bomb in some ways. It's fragments of jagged metal coming down all over the place. So yeah, kind of is. But like I say, the Earth is a very big place. Most of it is unoccupied. So we shall see. We shall see. You know, most likely it's going to be fine. Most likely it's going to be perfectly safe, but again, hard to say for certain. Checking updates once again, just for fun. There's the final orbit projected from that is interesting. So once again, we have a final orbit projection, and it puts it over South America again. So there is a substantial area of South America that theoretically is at risk. Also, Western Mexico, the not the Yucatan. What is that area? I don't know why I keep forgetting stuff like this. But anyway, right across the border from San Diego. So that area theoretically at risk, but for the most part, still probably ocean. Let's certainly hope so. It could do one more orbit after this. Yes, that is indeed possible. The descent is still continuing. 137.26, and it's going to drop a lot more between now and perigee. So we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, not a bomb. That's true. I mean, it's not an explosive designed to, bring harm to anybody on the planet or anything like that. It doesn't, have a lethal design to it or anything like that, but it's unintentionally lethal theoretically. So again, we shall see. Currently nighttime, so any observers in Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, all of you folks are in a position to see this thing. It will be very bright, very bright. The data source was at the top of the chat. Maybe we can get that put up there again. But it's NORAD information. is where we get a lot of it. But this is a all I can say is it's a very good tracker that was tracked down by my partner in Yorkshire. He knows a lot more about it than I do. Aerospace.org reentries. There you go. They do a very good job on these things, by the way. And right now, let's see if they've done any further updates on what they're anticipating reentry to be. 8 minutes ago, update the trajectory re-enters in the middle of our window. We are unlikely to have any further predictions. The rocket may be too low to be seen by the sensors supplying our data. All right, so let's have a look here. We're looking at a re-entry time of 1:15 Eastern Standard Time, approximately 35 minutes from now, with a plus or minus of 1 hour. So we will see what happens. But the Baja, thank you so much. I appreciate that. The Baja Peninsula is in the theoretical damage path, but we will see what ends up happening there. If it does start its burn up off the coast of North America, then yes, people on the West Coast, people in California and such, have a possibility of seeing it start to burn. All right. 136.81 kilometers and still dropping. Um, Wow. Geez, so many people tuning in right now. Again, you've blown my mind. You really have. Thanks so much. Please please subscribe to my channel. Again, thanks to everybody that's been doing super chats and support for this content. It's what makes it possible because all of this is ad free. So thanks again for all of the generous support I've received up to this point. You guys are amazing. And again, I'm deeply honored that so many people are tuning in to check up what's happening here. So we shall see what ends up. Space Track now has it at 16:49 UTC with a plus or minus of 10 minutes. Interesting. So that's 4:49, 12:49. I don't know about that. Maybe. That puts it really soon if that were to happen. I'm not sure about that. But once again, lots of people have lots of estimates. So all I can say is we shall see. Um, Yes, the Philippines theoretically is in the danger zone. There's no question about that. And Indonesia in that region, there are many areas that definitely have some potential problems there. But the descent, this is interesting on the descent. It's very slow. I'm curious as to how far away we are from perigee at this point. Yeah, it's on its way down. It is on its way down. So yeah, it's getting tense. I must say, it is getting tense. We were talking a lot about different space flight issues up to this point, but now it's getting to be crunch time. It is getting to be crunch time as to what's going to end up happening here. Things look, it seems very optimistic that things are going to, that it's going to end up hitting the ocean, but there's still a lot of regions in harm's way. So let's see here. We're continuing to drop off in altitude. 36, still kind of a slow descent. Well, no, there we go. 129.47. Interesting. I think they may have just lost some tracking there briefly. But it's steadily dropping at this point. So, and still at 7.83 kilometers per second though. But it is now on a most decided downward trajectory. This might be it, guys. When it hits this particular perigee or close to it, this could be our burn up phase. So we'll see here. But I think it's getting very close indeed. And yeah, it is. The booster is indeed skipping across the atmosphere, which once again makes things really hard to predict. It's very unpredictable as to where this thing's going to end up, where when it finally will burn up, and where it will end up when it does burn up. Maybe it'll enter the atmosphere a little quicker than anticipated, but it is definitely plunging. 129.17 and still dropping. Interesting stuff. Interesting indeed. Um, Again, tense. All I can do is I'm just hoping, keeping folks who are theoretically in the damage path in my thoughts. Like I say, everybody should be fine. There should be no real threat, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that there is no threat at all. It's why we're reporting on this, why we're following it today. It's because it's important. It is important. All right. And hopefully, China learns from all this damn drama and their next launch, because they have another module of the space station yet to go up. We could be doing this all over again unless they actually do something about it. So we shall see. It would be nice if they were to actually, yeah. Imagine if this was a 25-ton iron asteroid. That would create quite an explosion. Of course, most of it would also survive reentry. 1,250 watching. Wow. My mind is blown. Once again, please like, please subscribe. Thanks again for your support. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. All of these super chats, folks joining as angry advocates. Let's see where we are in terms of our subscriber count right now. Just checking up on that. We are at 82,938. We need 62 more subscribers to get to 83,000. I'm excited about that. So we shall see. And we still have a descent going on. Once again, if it is skipping over the atmosphere, though, we could have some interesting variations there. But yeah, it's dropped a lot, by the way, since apogee. It does seem to be in a steep decay at the moment. So we're keeping on top of, by the way, on Twitter reports on this matter to see whether or not, because we'll sometimes you will get reports of an impact prior to the tracker showing that that's what's happened. So we're keeping an eye on this as well. But we do have it is currently within its reentry window, so we are in the zone, so to speak. Although it has a long way to go still in order to achieve perigee. So we will see where that ends up happening. But it is skimming along. We're skimming along just a little bit higher than the New Shepard flies when it does its suborbital launches. So that gives you an idea of where this thing is sitting right now, maybe about 20 kilometers above where New Shepard flies to. And of course, New Shepard doesn't even come close to achieving orbit. So that just an indication of how serious the rate of decay is at this point. The atmosphere, of course, getting more and more dense as the descent continues, and the more dense the atmosphere gets, the more the orbit decays, and the closer we get to a burnup. So yeah, it's like I say, it's probably crunch time. I'll be very surprised if this thing survives another orbit. Maybe it could. You never can tell. Um, it's not air braking per se. It's more of just a descent. The speed, and you know what? I'm not sure if we should really be paying too much attention to this speed at this point. I think some of that may be kind of generic because it's kind of stayed solid at that 7.83. What do we have going on here? Still checking it out. Western Washington, when should you go outside? In Washington, you'd be unlikely to see it, but I will let you know probably within the next 20 to 30 minutes, would be my guess, when is how long it's going to take it to cross the Pacific, somewhere in that vicinity. Yes, local lower than a Falcon 9 first stage. So again, the descent not that steep at the moment. So who knows? Maybe it will survive through another orbit, but I don't know. I'm thinking that it's probably going to be down fairly soon. We shall see. It's like I say, we are at crunch time on this thing. I've been waiting for quite some time. I was broadcasting at 6:30 Eastern this morning, and there's a lot of this thing is going to make it. To be honest, there's going to be a lot of piping, a lot of tubes, a lot of components that can survive reentry. As I say, between 2 and 4, or between 4,000 and 8,000 kilograms worth of debris will survive the reentry. So it's a considerable amount of stuff that's going to reach the surface of the planet. As I say, probably in the ocean. But we don't know until it actually happens. All right. Whoa, there was a slight increase in the altitude. That's interesting. A little skip. Perhaps it gives an interesting insight into the dynamics of this thing. It's actually the altitude's increasing. That's bizarre. Not by a lot, but it actually went up slightly. Yep, it's gone up again. That seems like an atmospheric skip. Very interesting to watch again, another increase of 1/100th of a kilometer. Very interesting dynamics on this thing right now. Perigee crossed. Boy, that was quick. Boy, did that actually happen? Let's have a look. I'm still watching the altitude like a hawk right now. I can't believe it went from no. Wow. It went from apogee to perigee in no time at all. That's weird. That is very weird indeed. Very strange phenomenon that took place there. Because, I mean, really, it only completed about 1/4 orbit before its altitude started going back up again. Yeah, only 1/4 orbit between A and P. You're right, Philip. That's very strange. Very strange. And once again, that makes this whole process very unpredictable. You have that little of a change, or that little short of amount of time between apogee and perigee. This thing could bounce around to God knows where along its orbital path, and there could even be some variation as well. Babsu, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate it. Yes, lots of people tuning in. A lot of people know that it is crunch time right now. It's time for this thing to come back down. So, wow. I have to admit, it's hard for me to even begin to predict how this is going to go, because between watching it from where it used to be and where it is, what it's doing right now, bouncing between apogee and perigee within a mere 1/4 orbit, that is beyond unstable. That is very interesting indeed. So we will see how this develops as time goes on. But it could be in its final stages if it's bouncing that quickly. Um, yeah, skipping on the atmosphere, really interesting dynamics to this thing. And just heading out over the Pacific right now, it's everything seems to be clear of any sort of danger at the moment. It seems to have passed over any landfall opportunities, unless it's already started to burn up, but I really don't think so, since it's back in a state of climb. So we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, if it gets down to 75 kilometers, it won't make another orbit. That's very true. I don't know. I really don't know how much further it's going to get. Like I say, the weird dynamics of going from apogee to perigee in 1/4 orbit, that was really weird. I don't remember that happening the last time. So that is very interesting. Yes, it could head back down very soon. Correct, Philip. Very, very funky things happening with this. And makes you wonder, is our atmospherics impacting this thing's behavior more so than orbital mechanics? That's possible. If that's the case, who knows where this damn thing's going to go? So yeah, Mexico, yeah, that is within the realm of possibility. Definitely. What I don't think is within the realm of possibility is for this thing to get back to where it currently is. I think it's doing some has some very strange behavior. Yeah, wish this rocket into where it does not hurt anybody, into the Pacific. Just plop it right into the Pacific. That's where we want it to go. We want it to go ahead and just start descending again here really soon, and just start to burn up and disintegrate into the Pacific. That would be the ideal solution. That region of the Pacific that it's going to be covering right now, there's almost no islands or any sort of inhabited areas whatsoever in that region of the Pacific. So it will probably be okay. All right, continuing to watch. I'm again watching this altitude like a hawk. Yes, it is continuing to climb, but who knows? It's we'll see how long that takes before it starts another descent, because this thing's been behaving really, really strangely. Very different from as I said, from the last booster. The last booster went through more predictable, apogee, perigee, once in orbit, that sort of thing. And then finally it hit a perigee point and then burned up at that stage. And, it all was relatively predictable, except it didn't come down where they thought it was going to. But this thing's bouncing around in very interesting pattern. Again, wondering how much of this is atmospherics and how much of it is orbital mechanics at this point. Um, in any event, still climbing, and that's a good thing. Um, Sent up the sky, Orca. uh, yes, it'd be nice if we could just pluck this thing out of the atmosphere somehow. But unfortunately, today with our current technology, the only thing we can do is just watch this damn thing and hope it doesn't come down any place that really matters that much. Um, so it's about to hit, yep, just hit 130 kilometers, continuing its climb. But once again, who knows when it's going to hit its new version of apogee, whatever we've seen. 3 skips seen so far on radio. Really interesting. Interesting. That's an interesting characteristic to this particular coverage, is the fact that we got some radio operators who are picking up the strange atmospheric effects that this thing creates. Wenchang Space Center on Hainan Island. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's have it go there. So still climbing, very slowly, but still climbing. Crosses Southeast Asia and southern China on one orbit. Yeah, it does. I don't think it's going to make it that far. I think it's probably going to orbit's probably going to decay before it gets that far. Have I heard of rods from God? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Devastating space weapon, dropping rods made out of solid tungsten from orbit could create tremendous amounts of damage, essentially the equivalent of tactical nuclear weapons without the radiation. Plus, very, very deep penetration to any sort of subsurface bunkers, that sort of thing. Friends of the Philippines said that it just passed over. Interesting. Yeah, well, they certainly would have been able to see it on its current track. So that's to be expected. Let's see, where are we going? It's still on the ascension path right now. If you're interested, this has just been posted. If you want to listen on analog radio bands between 1 and 30 megahertz, you may be able to hear the funky noises that this thing is making as it skips its way through the atmosphere. A lot of interesting characteristics. So we see this thing taking another plunge once it gets into daylight. Yes, very much so. Very much so. We'll see what ends up happening here, but this is fascinating. These strange skipping kind of behavior that it's going through right now is pretty interesting behavior. It again really makes things uncertain. Nick, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Thanks for following my content so thoroughly and so loyally. Really appreciate your support, and I intend to keep this content coming and making it better every time. So yeah, so still climbing. All right. So once again, deeply appreciate all the support I've received on this. Yeah, that would be interesting. Somebody could record the noises that it makes on ham, maybe post it someplace. That would be interesting. Well, thank you, Golden Pacific. Once again, I do my best to try to cover these things and keep things as real as possible. I mean, again, to reassure everybody that things are probably going to be just fine and nobody's going to get hurt. But at the same time, keeping it real too. Keeping it real that this is irresponsible. It is dangerous, and theoretically somebody could get hurt or property could get damaged. If that were to happen, it would be a major international incident, something we should not be screwing around with. Land on Jeff Bezos' super yacht. Popsy, that's the best idea I've heard all day. I like that a lot. But I do believe that's in Denmark or something like that, or in the Netherlands. I don't know where he has that. Rotterdam. That's in Rotterdam. And there's been a lot of people expressing extreme discontent with that thing in Rotterdam. Right, right. To disassemble the Rotterdam Bridge so the thing can pass through, which has led to people threatening the yacht with imminent destruction. So who knows? Good for them. Exactly. The decision has been made that the Rotterdam Bridge will not be taken apart, so Jeff's yacht can go through. Which this is a historic bridge of great importance. Just to let one super billionaire's yacht pass through ain't gonna happen. Is Matt, and they're also concerned that his yacht will get pelted with tomatoes and God knows what else if they were to do that anyway. So guess what? I'm afraid you're out of luck, Jeff. Maybe you should find a way to make that thing smaller, more compact, or sink it. I don't know. Or dismantle it and put it someplace else where you don't have to dismantle a historic bridge to let it go through. Hard to say. Hard to say. All I know is that it's typical Jeff behavior. Could the booster survive reentry if reactive flex state? No. No, very few things will survive the inferno of reentry unless it has a high grade heat shield on it. That would be the big thing, indeed. So here we go. Where are we right now? Are we still in the ascent mode? Looks like it. Yep. And but still not much of an ascent. Going very slowly. And we'll see where it ends up with its latest version of apogee before it starts dropping down again. Um, hmm, Interesting stuff. Switching gears here. But continuing to ascend right now. So, again, exhibiting the kind of behavior we would now expect shortly after achieving perigee. But once again, just funky. Thank you, Gravely. Really do appreciate your support. Fight the bots. Well, I'll tell you, it's my fantastic moderators who handle this chat that do their best to kill the bots. They kill them, they report them, but they just keep coming back because that's what they do. They always come back. All right. Rate of climb slowing down. Yeah, we could be approaching a new apogee, which would be quite amazing. Again, within just a fraction of an orbit, but that's what this thing's been doing so far. It's been behaving very, very strangely. So we'll see what ends up happening here. This is getting tense. This is definitely getting tense. Okay, thank you, Cynic. Really do appreciate that. They're aiming the booster for a Pelosi's house. Yeah, nowhere near her place. No potential danger to any American politicians, as far as we know, unless she's on her way to Taiwan. Then theoretically, she could be in the damage path. I've heard that there's been some talk, actually, some very dangerous talk about what China's reaction might be to her going to Taiwan. I mean, even the suggestion of shooting down her plane or something like that, that would obviously start World War III right off the bat if that were to happen, and not very pleasant. Wow, 1,500 viewers. You guys are amazing. Please hit the like, please hit the subscribe. And thank you so much for tuning in to this coverage today. All right. By the way, I'm curious, where are we in terms of subscribers? We have climbed. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Just getting some technical explanation from my partner in Yorkshire. More of a delay the longer I stream. Did speed drop off? Now that's interesting. Is the altitude still going up, though? That's one of the big questions. Boy, this is interesting stuff. Um, Is it flattening out? 131.99. Is it hitting a new apogee? We'll see. Yep, coming back down. Perigee to apogee in another 1/4 orbit. Wow. Strange behavior. Yep, it's still descending. It's still descending. Apogee to perigee in 1/4 orbit again. Really, really strange behavior. We will see what ends up happening this time. Yes, correct, Nomad. It achieved apogee just recently, and now it's on its way back down. We'll see how rapidly it can. Boy, it's kind of plunging actually. Hmm. This week, this could be when it happens. We'll see. Altitude of just over 131 kilometers, 81.96 miles, increasing ionization over Japan. Interesting. So, yeah, curious as to the sort of atmospheric effects that this thing has as it continues its descent. Possible sighting of reentry over Malaysia. Let's go ahead and check. I'm going to check on some of my sources as well. We may be, for all we know, it could be burning up right now. Let's have a look. Okay. According to the most recent information posted 7 minutes ago, it should now have re entered. Now we're waiting to confirm re entry and exact time and location. So it has indeed re-entered according to sources. Should now have burned up. And so now we have the debris spread. If it indeed happened, if it happened within the last few minutes, then there's no real problems. However, if it burned up it could have burned up as much as 20 minutes ago, in which case we could have had some of it over the Philippines, or indeed over some of Southeast Asia. We're now waiting to get confirmation from the Space Force to determine reentry and report an exact time and location. So, reentry now completed. Burn up now completed, at least. So once again, this data that you're seeing right now is not accurate, and it's possible that the funky stuff that we saw with all the skipping and that sort of thing indicates that that's where the reentry was actually occurring. So now at this point, we it'll be interesting to see what where we get reported any sort of reported impacts. Once again, searching some of my other sources. We do have some disagreements. The Aerospace Corporation still is not saying that there was a burn up, but that was 15 minutes ago that that was posted. So stay with us, guys. We're still trying to get confirmed information on this. But it does appear a burnup was possibly reported in Kuching. There's a film of a burnup occurring there. Once again, it's hard to say for certain, but there's debris going all over the place from it, but who knows? It could be fake. But it does appear that we have, once again, this is not yet confirmed. Not yet confirmed, but we do reportedly have a burn up and reentry. And it does appear if it was burned up over Malaysia, then that's where things ended up happening. And if it did burn up over Malaysia, then theoretically we could have other areas in the Philippines and such within the debris path. So we're not in the clear yet. Can you post it? Okay, go ahead. We have a confirming video. It's being sent to me right now. If you can. Yep, there it is. Boy, that there is stuff all over the place. Just debris going everywhere. Once again, over Malaysia. Again, that region of the world, lots of ocean, not nearly as much. There we go. In case you guys want to check it out, there it is. Long March. It once again, it seems 99%. Once again, I don't trust everything on the internet, but it seems we're at 99.9% confirmed that we have a reentry of Long March 5B. As you can see, there's a hell of a lot of debris there, and it's entering over an area that has lots and lots of islands. So, chances are all that stuff will go in the ocean, but we don't know. We can't say for certain. So, Malaysia, Philippines, etc., all those islands in that region are theoretically at risk. But we can't say for certain. That explains again why we had that weirdness in apogee to perigee in such a short amount of time. It's because it was going through the reentry and burnup process. So here we are at the end of the process, guys, and I am going to probably be going offline at this point. But to quickly round up, I've been covering this since 6:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It has been a great pleasure to report on this issue over this very long stretch of time. It seems, given its burn up location, it's highly unlikely that there's going to be any appreciable damage to structures or to human beings in that area. But still, Malaysia is a region that's crowded with many, many islands. So it's very difficult to tell for certain as to whether or not we're out of the woods in terms of potential damage to structures and possibly to people. So keep these folks in this area in your thoughts. Let's hope that everything is safe. And once again, I deeply appreciate everybody joining me today. Thank you very much. I'm so honored that so many of you decided to tune in today. Thanks so much for all the super chats, all the financial support I received for this live stream. And hopefully, when China deploys the last segment, the last module of their space station, we don't have to go through this drama again. We don't have to go through any anxiety. We don't have to have another crash party. Instead, they will deorbit it in a controlled and responsible fashion. But so far, there's no indication that they're going to do that. And if this particular burnup doesn't cause any problems or damage, then probably they're going to put this through this whole thing all over again. So as always, guys, and we have lots of reason to feel this way, stay angry about space.